I appreciate you.
We're ready.
It was we got through it. We did good.
Are you ready?
He's ready.
Yes.
Okay. Members present,
Are there kids?
There's no students here.
Here.
Barrios,
Here.
Castaneda.
Here.
Garcia,
Here.
Edmiston.
Yep.
And Dew, yes. Community comments, do we have any community comments?
No, ma'am.
All right. Okay, can I get a motion to enter closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and Barrios,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yep.
Garcia,
Yes.
and Dew votes yes. Okay, we are in closed session now.
Jackie, thank you that the water's cold. I don't know who put it in the fridge, but thank you.
Oh.
photo?
Oh, they're gonna stand
Of
together?
course.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love it. Selfie.
So both of
right?
them, okay.
All in.
You're gonna memorialize.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
This one's my last one, unless you call me.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm gonna make a big banner and hang it on my wall.
Is this with the kids?
What you gonna do? You
Oh.
Looky here.
have a photo made of it?
Oh, yeah.
Got my
Hang it up with the nice
Hey,
heart.
am I,
big
am
heart.
I on?
There you go.
Am I on?
Today? Oh, female.
Is my thing on? It's not on.
This is a really good start. Today.
Huh? We're ready?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, there's nothing to report out of, closed session today. And 3.1, we're gonna start with regular session. The student today is here. She's back.
Yay. Oh,
And her name is Miss Walker. And what school are you at? Is this on? They can hear me, okay.
yeah, we can hear you.
Spell your first name for me.
The members, we're gonna call the session to order. The members present are our student, Miss Walker, Barrios,
Here.
Castaneda,
Here.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Present.
and Dew. No one's absent. And in the Pledge of Allegiance, why don't you lead us in the pledge, Miss Walker?
Ready? Begin.
All right, approval of agenda, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
and vote. Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Barrios,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Hi.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. All right, we have two students that are going to speak today, and they are Genesis and Miguel. Is it Hernandez?
It's Mia Hernandez.
Right. Okay. You can go right up, you can step right up there. Thank
They're
you.
from UP, I bet.
We would like to say thank you, Dr. Williams, for your donation to the ping pong club.
And Dr. Williams is such a generous person. Oh, they even got a card for you. That's nice. That's very nice. Thank you very much. And if you wanted to go home, you can, you know, because I know that you guys got to go to school or you came with your mom. Yeah. Is this mom right here? Ah, how are you doing, Mom? Good. Tired. I know. Especially when you're dealing with children. That's
Oh,
true.
boy.
Yeah, it's a lot. And thank you, guys. And what's your name again?
Mia Hernandez,
And what's yours?
Genesis Ariasa.
Genesis. I like that name. Both of those names. Genesis. That sounds like something in the future, right?
I think it's in the Bible.
All right. Presentations. 4.1, California Voting Act. Trustee areas.
Oh. Look who's here, man.
Right.
There he is. How you doing, young man?
All right.
I
doing
haven't
well.
seen you for a while, huh?
Yeah, it's been a while.
I know. Are you going to be at the?
Huh?
Are you going to be at the CSBA
Yes.
this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a brief presentation to you on this issue. Somebody. Okay. Okay. So, as you all know, a few years back now, the district went to by trustee areas, and you may or may not have heard a lot of districts that transitioned to by trustee areas are now going through the same process. When you go to by trustee areas, there's a requirement under the Ed Code 5019.5 that requires that after each census, you go through and you do an assessment and you do a reevaluation, and that is where the district is at now. So I did a brief presentation just letting you know where we're at and then what the next steps look like. Next slide. So again, we went through CVRA. You may recall what it's about. At this point, the district has made the decision to go to by trustee areas, and that is the present construction of the election system. Next slide. Of course, one of the main benefits of going to by trustee areas is that it's safe harbor, safe from suits. What it means is that the school district is divided up into 5 areas, each of which contains a trustee, and the trustee can only be voted in by the members of the community that reside in that trustee area. So that's just a little recap of what by trustee areas is as opposed to at-large election, and the district is already in by trustee area election system. Next slide. So this was the previous map that was voted on by the board that presently exists. And this is the map that the district must do an assessment of to determine, based upon the new census, if it is still valid. Next slide. All right, so as I said, there is a requirement for all districts going to by trustee areas that every time the federal census comes out, the district must do an assessment of its map and determine whether or not it's still appropriate, it's still compliant. And by compliant, what we mean is that there needs to be an equal amount, roughly, of population in each trustee area, each of the 5 trustee areas. And so there's a legal obligation on the district to do that, and that process must be completed by March 1st, 2022. And we'll get, next slide or so, we'll get to what that process looks like. So the process involves a demographer, which we have a demographer who's working with us to review the existing map along with the new census data. And essentially that demographer will come up with a determination as to whether or not each of the population in the 5 areas is still balanced. If the population is still balanced, then that means that no changes to the trustee area map are required. And the board can simply pass a resolution to readopt and redesignate the existing map moving forward until such time as we reach the next federal census. Okay, next slide. If the population is no longer balanced, which is determined by comparing the 2010 census numbers by the 2020, and in some instances, districts have it where you have a large influx of population in any particular area, or a instance where people are leaving a specific area. If that happens and skews the numbers such that the individual trustee areas are no longer balanced, then it's incumbent upon the district and the board to adopt a new map that does balance those numbers. And what that looks like is once the demographer makes a determination, we'll come back and say, okay, either we have balanced or we don't have balanced population. If we don't have balanced population, then the demographer will then do similar to the first time, take a stab at redrawing a new map, but the aim will just be to ensure that the population is rebalanced. So again, we will have a public hearing. We'll take input from the board to ensure that the new map still maintains the same integrity, communities of interest, that we don't diverge from those initial purposes upon which the initial map was voted upon. And so that will happen over a course of several meetings. And then each map that gets presented to you will be within compliance. And then once again, the board will provide guidance and direction and also seek community input. Ultimately, if that's the case and we need to choose a new map, then it will be a board that ultimately selects a new map. Go ahead, Pam.
Mill, you had shared with us when we went through this process the first time, and you told us after the census came out, we'd likely have to reevaluate.
Yes.
So if we do this, is it good for 10 years, or is there something in between the next census that we use to reevaluate and look at again?
No, once you go through this process, whether be it redesignating the existing map or selecting a new map, it's good for the entire duration until the next census comes out.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay. So that is the process. Next slide. Okay, so if the population is balanced, here's what it may look like. We're here today kind of just giving you a report on the impact. If it shows the population is balanced, then potentially, and we'll work with administration about the scheduling, but my understanding is you have a meeting on December 16th. If population is balanced at that meeting, we could certainly prepare and present for the board's consideration and adoption to redesignate the existing map. And then you are essentially done with that process. Once you redesignate, we pass that information on to the county registrar's office, the county committee, and then you have completed your requirement. Next slide. If the population is not balanced, again, what will happen is at the December 16th meeting, the next time you see us, and we'll work with staff again, we'll be coming to you with potential draft map options. We'll be reporting, look, we did the assessment, the numbers are unbalanced. Here are some new proposed scenarios. In advance of that meeting, we will send to staff, which will then post on the district's website and give to the board members for their review, the scenarios that are being considered. And then when we come to that meeting, that will be the board's opportunity and the communities to provide feedback on the potential new maps. And then subsequently, unless there are different iterations or changes that the board desires, then at your next meeting after December 16th, which would be sometime in January, we weren't unable to see the new meeting. I don't think you guys have posted it yet. But at your next meeting in January would be when the board would have the opportunity to finalize and select a map from one of the new choices, which again is well in advance of the deadline, which is February 28th. So that is what the process will look like either way. This was just an update to kind of just explain where we're at, why we're doing this, and what the next steps will look like. Next slide. I think that's it. Any questions I can take from the board at
What's
this
the
time?
gap, so between districts? So is it a 10,000, or I'm sorry, 1,000 difference, or is there a percentage?
Yes, it's a 10% variance.
Okay.
What that means is between, you look at the population for the 5 different trustee areas, and you look at the highest population and you look at the lowest population, and you compare them to the average that each one of them is supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be roughly equal. So you get that average, and then you compare the highest concentrated trustee area, has the highest population with the average. You compare the lowest trustee area with population-wise with the average. And the difference percentage-wise between those two must be 10% or below.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
All right.
So are you going to be doing this same thing at the CSBA? Or are you doing something different?
Well, as far as presenting?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no,
Oh.
not presenting it at this time.
Yeah.
Everyone's already in the midst of it.
In the
and,
midst of everything?
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
hundreds of districts are all doing this process
Yeah.
now. So,
Yeah,
you know,
we actually, you and I and Ron did that one
That's right.
workshop.
yeah, we did.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions, concerns?
Any other
Good
questions?
to go.
All right.
All right.
Very good. Thank you
all.
very
have a good
much.
evening. All
Thank
right.
you.
It's good to see you, young man.
Mrs. Dew,
Yes.
we do have 2 more students who missed
Oh.
the ping pong presentation. if they did.
Great. And go up and introduce yourself and tell us what school you're from. Just go right up there. There you go. Introduce yourselves and what school?
I'm William Munoz. I'm from Sims.
I'm Albert Kim, and I'm also from Sims.
Ah.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
We're here to we're here to thank you from everyone at the Sims Ping Pong Club. We would like to thank Dr. Williams and the rest of the board for the generous donation of $200. The donation helped us get closer to reaching our goal of buying multiple ping pong tables. We want to set up, school-wide competitions, maybe even district-wide competitions if that's what other schools are interested in. The donations helped us ensure that everyone, no matter the skill level, could have fun and play ping pong because, some people just aren't athletic enough to, compete. So we're here to, just be there for all skill levels. So, and everyone's welcome to come join at any time. We welcome you to come play ping pong. Thank you.
Wow.
We also made a little letter for Dr. Williams, so just to thank him.
Oh, that's very nice.
So who's the ping pong champ already? Very modest, right? Yes. All right. good
You're
stuff,
the
guys.
ping pong champ. Very good.
Awesome.
Wow. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. 4.2. Let's see. School plan for achievement. Lakeview.
Good evening, governing board members, Superintendent Dr. Ron Williams, Executive Cabinet, student trustee, staff, and community members. My name is Felicia Limbrick, and I am the proud principal of Lakeview Leadership Academy. I am here to share with you a brief outline of our 2021-2022 school plan for student achievement, also known as our SIPSA. During this presentation, I will share our school's vision and mission, the purpose of the SIPSA, our comprehensive needs assessment, the data metrics, our SIPSA goals, and end.
Hold on.
Good evening, governing board members, Superintendent Dr. Ron Williams, Executive Cabinet, student trustee, staff, and community members. My name is Felicia Limbrick, and I am the proud principal of Lakeview Leadership Academy. I am here to share with you a brief outline of our 2021-2022 school plan for student achievement, also known as our SIPSA. During this presentation, I will share our school's vision and mission, the purpose of the SIPSA, our comprehensive needs assessment, the data metrics, our SIPSA goals, and end with our budget summary. Our vision. We are committed to creating a school that knows no limits to the academic success of each student. Our mission. We will provide students a high-quality education in a safe environment, cultivating the skills necessary for success through the promotion of integrity, creativity, and collaboration, inspiring them to reach their full potential and become productive global citizens. The purpose of the single plan for student achievement is to create a cycle of continuous improvement of student performance and to ensure that all students succeed in reaching academic standards set by the State Board of Education. We engaged all stakeholders in an evaluative process to ensure our actions and services align with school needs and priorities revealed by our surveys. Our plan was impacted by the pandemic and the school closure. Therefore, many actions and services have remained the same. Our SIPSA is required to use a variety of data, and we use qualitative as well as quantitative data points. We reviewed data ranging from the dashboard data to our comprehensive needs assessments and panorama surveys. In 2018-2019, our chronic absenteeism dropped, which is a move in the right direction, though we need to continue the trend to move into the green. Our suspension rate is 20%. To that end, we will be working on building a school culture that supports all students and staff members to positively impact the overall school climate. Our 2018 dashboard data indicates a need to focus on student learning outcomes. The area of growth includes several student groups, including African Americans, special education, and Hispanic students. The next few slides are a representation of our SBAC data dashboard. These slides are of particular interest because they highlight a consistent trend of stagnant growth in both ELA and math for our middle school students. This data also represents a baseline for our 11th grade students who were in 8th grade the last time they took SBAC, and will represent the first set of high school SBAC data for Lakeview. This slide represents the disproportionate suspension rates at Lakeview, an area of particular focus. Lakeview leadership has 3 goals. Goal 1, to support student achievement. Goal 2, to increase student engagement. And Goal 3, to improve the overall culture and climate. Goal 1 strategies include increasing student academic achievement and learning outcomes by providing professional development on standards alignment, targeted goal setting, and targeted learning outcomes for students by using data to guide instruction and provide interventions. We will continue to focus on implementing the professional learning community's process with fidelity. Specific attention will be given to the SBAC data, claims, and targets. Goal 2 focuses on ways we can engage our students that will motivate them to increase our daily attendance rates, become more motivated and engaged in school. Our highlighted strategies that will support all students are AVID strategies school-wide, PBIS, CTE classes, and student development assemblies with a focus on self-worth, confidence, and value setting. Goal 3 strategies are grouped by focus area. Our highlighted strategies include, but are not limited to, our MTSS supports and our growing family engagement program. A staff and student survey was recently conducted to find out the effectiveness of the Eugene Hamilton group. Here are some responses from the staff. I learned different perspectives when dealing with social emotional learning, hearing real-world examples, and reminding us to take care of ourselves first. Student responses include follow your own path, when you fall down, get back up, and realizing that my own value is mine to determine. LLA has 3 funding sources that are outlined in the SIPSA and budgeted throughout all 3 goals supporting student achievement and engagement. The total budget for the SIPSA for LLA is $444,595. As always, on behalf of our LLA students and staff, I want to thank you for your continued support for our Spartans.
Okay, 4.3, Victor Valley High School.
This is Nancy Neuer, the proud principal at Victor Valley High School. Thank you for inviting us here tonight to share our school plan for student achievement. We will be addressing information about our school, the purpose of our plan, our comprehensive needs assessment, our data metrics, our goals and strategies, and our budget summary. Victor Valley High School strives through our strong community to teach them well, keep our students safe, and prepare them for the future. Our expected learning results are higher test scores, ownership of academic success, and promoting respect and tolerance of cultural diversity. Victor Valley High School has developed a plan for student achievement. Our goal is to create a plan that serves as a cycle of continuous improvement for student performance. All stakeholders participated in the comprehensive needs assessment through panorama surveys, ELAC, Title I surveys, plus forums, and more. Student, staff, and parent surveys and feedback show improvement in the areas of safety and connectedness. The evaluation of last year's school plan was completed by our school site council. Our data metrics, the data we use to evaluate our progress, are the PBIS recognition process, dashboard data for suspension, expulsion, English language arts and math, student performance data, our graduation rate, college and career readiness, our AP results, AVID data, attendance data, enrollment data, LPAC data, panorama survey results, Title I parent survey results, family engagement surveys, student surveys, staff surveys, and more. Victor Valley High School will continue to create a school environment conducive to student learning, an environment where students and staff feel safe and respected. Victor Valley High School will also increase the percentage of students meeting or exceeding the California state standards in English language arts and math and reaching prepared on the college and career indicator. Victor Valley High School will refine school-wide intervention programs to address the student dropout rate, improve the graduation rate, and address the needs of at-risk students who demonstrate academic challenges. We will continue to increase student engagement in the learning process, striving to maximize the potential of every student by providing access to a rigorous and relevant broad course of study, as well as meaningful education experiences. Goal 1, some of our strategies are the continued hiring of a family engagement liaison, Parent Institute for Quality Education, PK, our S'more Flyers, Peach Jar, Link Crew, Rescue a Generation, Avid Tutors, PBIS, Professional Development, Avid School-Wide Strategies, and Project Lead the Way. Our Goal 2 strategies for academic performance include continued professional development, the use of programs like Nearpod, Cami, Math by Excel, MobiMax, Albert IO, Chrome carts and wall units across the campus, supplemental resources for student engagement, and PLC Plus and PLC Plus leads. Our Goal 3 strategies for academic engagement and intervention include Thriving University, professional development to meet our social emotional needs of our students, an OCI teacher, Apex teacher, PBIS rewards, the use of School Mint, Rescue a Generation, the hiring of bilingual assistants, instructional assistants, EL coordinator, the use of celebrations and recognition, Renaissance, guest speakers, incentives, and our hop store. Our Title I funding for this year is $760,202. This is the total budget in our 2021-2022 SIPSA. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Okay, thank you. 4.4, effectiveness, educator effectiveness block grant proposal.
Good evening to our governing board, superintendent, and viewing audience. My name is Christine Foote, and I'm the Director of Curriculum Instruction and Educational Services. I would like to thank everyone in attendance this evening. Tonight, I will be providing you a brief overview of the new Educator's Effectiveness Block Grant. First, a brief grant overview. The Educator Effectiveness Block Grant was approved on July 9th of 2021, and districts were given guidance and funding information in August. The Educator's Effectiveness Block Grant comes from one-time funding from Proposition 98. The grant amount is determined by the number of full-time equivalent teachers and staff in our district as of October 2020. Currently, Victor Valley Union High School District will receive $2,104,354 in funding. There are 2 conditions to receive these funds. On or before December 30th, we must develop and adopt a plan delineating the expenditures of the funds, and the plan shall be presented in a public meeting before adoption. Secondly, on or before September 30th, the district will report detailed expenditure information to the California Department of Education. All funds must be expended by June 30th of 2026. For the use of funds, the district will develop a plan that must focus on professional learning for teachers, administrators, or paraprofessionals who work with students. The district may also choose to provide professional learning for classified staff that interact with students as well. There are 10 areas that may be chosen, and a district may focus on 1 or more areas. Beginning with number 1, coaching and mentoring of staff, ending with instruction, education, and strategies for certificated and classified educators in early childhood education or childhood development. For our plan, the district will design the use of the Effective Educators Block Grant as a support plan to the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant and the ESSER 3 plan. When evaluating the ELO grant and ESSER 3 plan, professional development is woven throughout both grants for administration, certificated staff, classified staff, and paraprofessionals. In order to support these 2 critical plans currently in place, our area of focus for the use of the EEBG funds will be coaching and mentoring of staff, serving in an instructional setting, and beginning teacher or administrator induction, including but not limited to coaching and mentoring solutions that address a local need for teachers that can serve all pupil populations with a focus on retaining teachers and offering structured feedback and coaching systems organized around social emotional learning, including but not limiting to promoting teacher self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationships, and responsible decision-making skills. Also, improving teacher attitudes and beliefs about oneself and others, and supporting learning communities for educators to engage in meaningful classroom teaching experiences. We have a 3-year grant budget timeline. As you can see, in year 1, we have $350,000, $791. Year 2, $1,023,120, and year 3, $730,433. For our area of focus in our plan, we are going to use Q1 student progress data, including STAR Universal Screener data, as well as student DNF grades, in the area of teaching and support at a classroom level, with teaching and learning as our priority. We would like to help accelerate learning for students and give our teachers as much support and coaching at the classroom level as possible. Our plan will focus on mentoring and coaching teachers and paraprofessionals through the use of teachers on assignment for the next 3 years in the following areas: middle school, ELA and ELD literacy; high school, ELA and ELD literacy; science content and literacy; middle school instructional strategies, high school instructional strategies, and special education strategies and supports. The effectiveness of expanding our coaching program will be evaluated annually by the Educational Services Department through teacher surveys, evaluations, and stakeholder engagement feedback. The district will then consider supporting the program through additional grant or LCFF funding beyond 2024. Thank you for your attention this evening. If you have any questions regarding the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant, please contact the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Ramona Yee, or the Director of LCAP in Educational Services, Ms. Christine Foote. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, any questions from you guys? Okay. All right, public comment? Read that for me?
Okay. Christine, nice job. Thank you, Christine.
Are we ready?
Yes.
If you wish to address the board on any topic, including any item on the agenda, please submit your comments to the board president by completing a request to address the board card prior to the meeting and submitting it to the assistant to the superintendent. The president will recognize those who desire to speak either during the public comment section of the agenda or before the particular agenda item. Each speaker should move quickly to the microphone and announce your name before beginning your presentation. Meetings are taped for later transcription. Each speaker is allocated a maximum of 3 minutes. The president may choose to limit each topic to 10, no more than 20 minutes, if substantial numbers of people wish to address the board on one topic. Testimony should be brief and to the point. Speakers should not repeat testimony already presented. Board action may not legally be taken on any item not specifically listed on the agenda. The board may ask that such items be placed on the next agenda for consideration. Testimony is not protected from defamatory claims or slander. Public charges or allegations may result in legal action being brought by those individuals. The board values constructive community comments and suggestions. It welcomes your participation in the democratic process.
Okay, the first person is Brandon Cruz.
Good evening, board members and those present. My name is Brandon Cruz. Resident of Victorville for now 16 years. Teacher for 16 years in the Victor Valley Union High School District. I come before you to address an issue that is truly, truly important, which is safety at Lakeview Leadership Academy. The primary issue that I see when I walk into Lakeview is our office. And it is that anybody can get on our campus and get out onto campus fairly quickly and fairly easily. So that is a concern that has been brought up to me by several teachers. So I'm bringing it to you guys to hopefully address and look at and see what we can do to fix that issue at Lakeview. That is one of the primary safety concerns with regard to the incident that happened a couple of weeks ago, was how was this able to happen? And our office is open and it makes it very easy for people to get onto campus. And so I think steps need to be taken in order to look at the office area and to see how we can secure that area for the safety of our staff and students. My second point is our teachers this year, like every teacher, we're struggling. I do want to thank you, Dr. Yee, Dr. Rubalcaba, for being on campuses. That says a lot. But I want to also address to you as board members and Dr. Williams, I've also seen you on campuses as well. Thank you. I want to stress the importance of relationships and building those relationships. We've been asked to build relationships with our students, and which is a primary focus to us as teachers. But I'm asking you as board members and as executive management of the district, if you can take time when you're at school sites, grab a master schedule, go and talk to those teachers on their prep, because nothing beats having that one-on-one personal interaction. And I can speak specifically, I've got 3 VBTA presidents, the 4th is not here, but because of personal relationships, that's why I have stayed involved with the Victor Valley Teachers Association. And if we really want to show that our teachers care, that we care about our teachers, please work on developing and building those personal relationships. And it will maybe, hopefully, make it so that struggle that we're all struggling through doesn't seem so difficult. If I know that somebody at the district office or somebody sitting on this dais right now really cares about me. And I know that because obviously I'm a shrinking violet and I won't come talk to you, but I of course will. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Chandra.
Hello, I'm Chandra Etheridge. I also teach at Lakeview. I've been with the district for a little over 20 years, working classified and certificated, so I've been around quite a bit. The reason I'm here also is to address safety concerns at Lakeview. My concern that I'm addressing is less the front office and more the fact that our teachers are scared. We had a staff meeting yesterday. That was the primary concern. They're afraid to walk through the lunch area to get to the staff lounge. They're afraid to use the outside bathrooms. They're afraid to go to another teacher's classroom anytime that there are large amounts of students out because we don't have enough security. There's not enough space. It seems like the school wasn't built to house that many students. So they're everywhere. And with only 3 security guards right now, I know at some point we're supposed to be getting another one, but there's a lot of violence occurring there on a daily basis. So I was asked to come and speak just to the fact that we need help. We need help. We need more security. We need more bodies on campus, more adults on campus, because we're being asked as teachers to monitor the students during prep periods or during the 4-minute breaks, like give up your time to actually use the bathroom so you can stand outside and watch, or give up your lunch so you can walk through. But we can't. I mean, we have to function as human beings as well. Also, the other thing I'm worried about personally, I am a union rep, and we have 12 new teachers on our campus, and they are struggling. The students are tough this year, and like the grant they were talking about is fantastic. If you're giving me more teaching strategies, great. But at some point, the instructional strategies you give me do not matter if I don't have classroom management situated. You can tell me how to teach math, but if you can't provide support for me to control the students in the classroom, and even as a union rep, we can't spend time with the new teachers because we're period subbing all the time, which is a problem with the district in general and all districts in general. So I'm just actually asking for help, any help. I know that when Dr. Yi and Dr. Rubalcaba were on campus, I had several students come in and say, excuse me, who's the bald guy? He's scary. So they notice. You know, I don't know if we all need to shave our heads or what it is, but any moment that you guys can spare, our students notice, and it does make an impact for them. So also, on the good side, thank you for settling the contract. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Brianna Hunt.
Hello, I'm Brianna Hunt. I also teach at Lakeview, and I'll just let you know they were a lot nicer than I'm about to be. I want to start by thanking Dr. Yi, Margaret, Winifred, Jamie Garcia, Chris Riley, and the 28 SPED teachers that joined our SPED Town Hall the other week. Since the solutions that us and our union have presented are not being implemented right now, we're eagerly waiting to hear what Dr. Yi and the executive cabinet come up with to relieve some of our stress in our workload, such as the 3 extra pages that we just got this week that we're now required to do for every single new student that comes into the district before we can even hold an IEP. That's not actually my main reason for being here tonight. I'm here to talk about something that's much more pressing, and that's the safety, or better yet, lack thereof, at Lakeview. I want it to be known that this concern isn't new. It's not just happening because of the lockdown, where a gun exchanged multiple hands on campus. Prior to that, 2 days prior to that, we had our 10-minute union meeting, not a staff meeting because we haven't had any of those yet this year, where the staff was discussing our lack of discipline and concerns for our safety. We've literally had teachers in tears because they just feel hopeless. There's multiple fights every week. We have kids getting high in classrooms. We have constant reports of weapons and a ridiculous amount of students who are not even attempting to get into class. We were told during our admin PD the other day that the problems in the culture of the school are not on the head of the principal, that it's a joint effort, and I agree with that. However, I cannot tell you how frustrating and insulting it is to hear. We as teachers and the classified staff are there every day doing our best. We're building our relationships, we're producing engaging lessons, and handling the discipline that we can on our own. When we do ask for support with discipline, it's laughable. Literally, teachers are telling me that when they send a kid out with a referral, the kids laugh because they know nothing is going to happen. The other day, I offered to let a student write an incident report, and the response was, "What's the point?" How am I supposed to tell the student that they're right? We as teachers, classified and motivated students, are doing our part, and we are not being provided the support we need from the higher-ups. I watched the supper with the superintendent the other day, and this is rude, but honestly, if we would put 25% of the effort that went into those slides into actually implementing the support we talked about, we might be okay. I also heard the snide comment about how only one teacher from Lakeview attended. For the record, there was no push or even an extra email to ask us to attend, but I truly don't think it would have mattered if we were invited or specifically asked because we're exhausted and we feel defeated. I don't know where the breakdown is, if it's our campus, the processes that we have in place, or just our system in general, but something needs to change. As another teacher stated during our debrief after the lockdown, which no district representative attended, if nothing is done, there's going to end up being blood, and it's going to be on your hands. This is our cry for help.
Okay, Karen?
Hi, let's see, good? Good evening, members of the board and everyone who took time out to be here tonight, because I know we are all tired and it takes a lot of dedication for you to be here, and we appreciate that. This is my third time in 4 years here to address our SPED concerns and the excessive workload and what can be done about it. Although we do recognize, and I appreciate all the hard work the union did to get us 24 hours at 60% as a good step in the right direction, it is but a token gesture that has shined a spotlight on the enormity of the problem. Just this week, 2 more pages were added to the assessment plan document in the IEP. I have personally accumulated over 70 hours outside of contract hours so far this year, as have most of my counterparts in the district. I've calculated that at this rate, I will have worked 20 8-hour days outside my contracted duty day. To put it in perspective for you, that is 1 month of work for which I am, as of this year, paid 60% for 24 hours. 1 month of time heaped atop all the myriad of other tasks teaching entails. I recently requested a sub for 1 day to catch up on my required IEP work. It set off a wave of responses, a shock wave of responses. It initially appeared as though the IEP task was not worthy of my request. Eventually, I was provided half a day, and I do thank you, Ms. Yee, for taking time out of your busy schedule to provide me with the sub. Half a day in 2 periods during the following week. But part of the solution was to have our district admin sub for my class. And so while I am sincerely grateful and appreciate the gesture as a supportive gesture, I find it disconcerting that our high level district admin has, number 1, time to sub for my class, and number 2, doesn't make sense to me to pay high level admin salaries for substitute teachers for our classes. If we can afford that, then surely we should be able to afford a more viable solution, such as a roving sub for SPED, which would allow us to schedule times and anticipate, the teachers can anticipate what needs to be done and plan to still provide good quality instruction for our students. Lowering caseloads would also go a long way, which would require hiring new teachers, but surely, again, if we can afford to do that, we should be able to afford some extra teachers to allow our caseloads to be manageable. At the very least, we should be paid for the extra time we are working on required legal documents, which require not only time, but a high level of expertise at a regular per diem rate, and for a number of hours that is closer to reality. I say to you respectfully today, there has to be a better way. Let's put our heads together and try to find it.
Natasha?
All right, I'm going to do the best I can because I'm totally not a public speaker. So bear with me if I choke these words out. All right, I have 2 children that go to school in this district, and I'm here tonight to ask you to speak up to our governor and to fight back against this pending mandate to vaccinate our children against COVID. It is your job to fight for our kids' education, and my children's education is at risk. 14 months ago, my son was diagnosed with a rare disease. Without going into the long explanation of this disease, it boils down to allergies. His immune system has allergies to different proteins, all of which have not been 100% diagnosed for him yet because the diagnosis process is lengthy. One of the only ways to get a medical exemption is to get the vaccine, and if you have a serious reaction to it, okay, you don't have to get it again. But I'm not willing to give my son this vaccine, not to test his system and see if he has a life-threatening reaction to it, which means even though he has a rare disease, he will not qualify for a medical exemption because I'm not willing to gamble with his health. Especially when earlier this year, my household had COVID and we all recovered from it. It breaks my heart to think that I will have to pull my children from their school, from their friends, and from this district, but I'm not willing to test this vaccine on my kids. From December of 2020 to July of 2021, VARS processed over 9,000 reports of adverse events due to the COVID-19 vaccine in children ages 12 to 17. 863 of those reports were for serious events, including death. This risk is too high for me, and it's too high for them. When schools began the 2020-2021 school year distance learning, the mental health of children was a concern. Why isn't it a concern now? To not allow them to attend in-person school over a vaccine that does not work is wrong. Marty McCary, who is a professor at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and a graduate of Harvard University, wrote an article that was published last month. I'm going to do the best I can to summarize, but he states, more than 15 studies have demonstrated the power of immunity acquired by previously having the virus. People who have had infections were 27 times less likely to get a second symptomatic COVID infection than those that were vaccinated. Another study of healthcare workers who are often exposed to the virus, none who had previously tested positive for COVID got reinfected. None. He further states that in these studies, individuals who had COVID are unlikely to benefit from the COVID vaccine. For comparison, the CDC has long recommended that children do not get the chickenpox vaccine if they had a chickenpox infection in the past. So why is this any different? The Victor Valley Elementary School District has sent a letter to the governor to let him know that a vaccine mandate without an option to test will slow down the progress to students' education. Where is your letter? Why are other districts and school boards in our local area willing to speak up? What have you done to fight for these kids' education that choose not to be vaccinated? Because the time to speak up is now, before it's too late. So please fight for my children's education.
Savannah?
Okay. Good evening. I'm a junior that attends University Preparatory. The California School Board Association website says that the role of the school board is to ensure that school districts are responsive to values, beliefs, priorities of their communities, and many more. October 1st, 2021, Governor Newsom stated that once the COVID-19 vaccine has full approval, it will be mandated to all students in K through 12 public and private schools. According to the CDC website, since the beginning of the pandemic, which began almost 2 years ago, 498 school-age children between the ages of 5 and 18 have died from COVID. That accounts for 0.00064% of all COVID-19 deaths from all age groups. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics website, 6.6 million children have been tested positive since the beginning of the pandemic. This further lowers the death rate to 0.00075% when only looking at school-age children. It has been proven that the COVID-19 vaccine does not prevent you from having COVID, it does not prevent you from spreading COVID, and it does not prevent you from dying from COVID. Yet, when I was a close contact from someone at my school, I was sent home 100% healthy with 0 symptoms, forced to miss out on my education and learning until I brought back a negative test because I was not vaccinated. While classmates who are vaccinated were allowed to return back to class, even though they can still spread it and catch it just like I can. If this were truly about safety, every contact would have been sent home, regardless of vaccination status. During the 2017 to 2018 flu season, according to the CDC website, 416 children between the ages of 5 and 17 died from the flu in one season, but yet life continued as normal. And the flu data does not account for 18-year-olds, while the COVID data does, so that 416 that died from one flu season could very well be much higher once adding 18-year-olds. We are constantly told to look at the science, follow the science, and to listen to the science. I just looked up the numbers of their science and gave you their numbers from their science. Their science that is trying to be pushed on us doesn't add up. I wish I could sit down and do nothing and think that all of this would just work out and disappear, but it won't. The only person that can fight for me is myself and my parents, but I hope and pray that after tonight, I can also count on you to fight for not just me, my brother, my friends that also believe the same things I do, but they might not be ready to stand up yet. You have been elected into your position, and your job is to look out for all students, not just the ones that believe the same things you do. Today, I ask that you start to look out for all of us. Please speak up to our governor, to our Senate, to our representatives. Please tell them that you value our right to choose. Please fight for us to be in school without a COVID-19 vaccine, because my education depends on it. Thank you.
Sarah, is there a Sarah in here?
She did not make it tonight.
Oh, okay. All right. Not here. Okay. All right. Let's see. VVTA report.
Good afternoon, board members, and especially our student board representative, the amazing Adira Walker from Sims.
Adira.
Dr. Williams and executive cabinet, students, educators, and community members. My name is Anita Tucker, VVTA president, and I represent 465 members. November is National Native American Heritage Month, and your teachers are paying tribute to the rich ancestry and traditions of our Native Americans in the classrooms. I want to congratulate Tanya for returning again for the next years as CSEA president. Congratulations. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the administrators at the district for subbing in classes, subbing for administration, and visiting the sites. It is great that we have support from the district at the sites. I know Dr. Yee, Dr. Williams, Dr. Rubacaba, and those in your departments have spent hours and days at the sites supporting our students and staff. We appreciate you for doing that. Jennifer Longera, my second vice president, and I have had some great meetings with Dr. Yee regarding professional development and working very collaboratively together with her on planning and also troubleshooting some issues. And this has been really great. I also want to thank the HR department, Dr. Rubacaba, Ms. Bizard, Ms. Sturl, and Ms. Jones for their help and support with our members, meeting with them and with VVTA to help resolve some issues. And we appreciate you. Contract. VVTA membership voted for the tentative agreement with 80% of our members voting, and we had, of those 80%, 96% of our members voted in favor of the ratification on November 12th. We had hoped to be able to start on negotiations for our successor contract on December 8th. However, the district must have the AB 1200 completed by the county first, and then present both the district and VVTA sunshine agreements before negotiations for the successor may begin. We are cautiously optimistic that this may occur in January 2022. VVTA again reiterates that we hope that negotiations for the successor contract will be much faster than previous negotiations, and we are hopeful that we can settle our contract well before the end of the school year. And we will see if this pans out. Today, Sims students received a ping pong table for the ping pong club. And I want to thank Dr. Williams for his generous donation and support, as well as Dr. Yee for her support for a club for our students to have time to do something fun, relaxation, and have some competition. And I do have to say this is the highlight of my week. I have a ping pong table in my classroom. I'm really excited about that for the kids. VVTA again states the importance of adhering to our VVUHSD and VVTA collaborative bargaining agreement. We ask that the district ensure that their administrators have a copy of the contract, read it, and follow it. Reps at each site are available to answer questions or bring up concerns to them, as well as our leadership team. Safety is the word of the month, and hopefully every month. VVTA took the initiative to conduct a safety survey of all our members, and it was done at a site base. We are happy to share the results with both the district and the board. We have members who have strong safety concerns, which were shared, and the results of the survey confirm this. We were especially alarmed at the results from Lakeview. 70% of the certificated staff took the survey. It was anonymous and could only be taken one time. Out of those certificated members, over 50% did not feel that Lakeview was a safe school. Over 80% did not feel that the consequences for offenses were sufficient to deter further offenses. 97% stated that the physical fights and conflict are a regular occurrence, and over 50% do not feel safe walking around the campus during school hours. We are really glad that more help and support is coming to Lakeview, as well as our other schools. And we continue to ask that we do whatever it takes to make our schools safer and support our students and staff. And as we approach a very well-earned and needed break for our staff and students alike, I want to wish everyone a very safe and a very happy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much.
CSCA.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet. I don't have much to say tonight. I do want to address the safety issue. Those are my people that are on the ground. And I'll tell you, that safety is a serious concern. Lakeview, of course, being the top, there has been times when there's either no security or one security. Even when they have three, they're still unsafe. They feel unsafe. So if the teachers feel unsafe and the people on the ground feel unsafe, then there's no safety. I do want to thank the district leadership, but I'll tell you that the security staff is saying they know when they're there. Why are there so many coats here? So the students know that they can't act out when district administration is on the site. So the kids are aware when they're there. And that's coming from even, they've been at Atlanta a lot this week. The kids know when they're there. So they're on better behavior. So that tells you that the kids are observant. So when you go in and sometimes you see the kids are behaving better because they know district is there. But we got to do something. The numbers, 350 to 1, they don't work anymore. I know they're getting one more, but I don't even know if that's enough. And it's across the district. So we have to reevaluate. We're in different times. But teachers don't feel safe. The staff that's doing the work don't feel safe. People are leaving and going to other sites because they don't feel safe. So there's an issue, and I hope you guys address it. Other than that, have a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, number 7, we're doing interviews for the Personnel Commission.
Good evening, Board. In front of you, you guys have a flow chart.
Yeah, we do.
That's the process. I know the last few meetings, it was a little confusing of what the actual flow should be. So I simplified it for you with the flow chart. So it's kind of a step-by-step of what is supposed to happen with the interview and the process of appointing and the steps and the kind of a time frame. So any questions about the flow chart? It's pretty straightforward and simple.
Anybody have any questions? All right.
All righty.
All right, okay. We're ready.
I have a question about the interview process, though.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh.
I don't have a question about the flow chart, but I have a question about the interview process. Because we
Okay.
received an email that said that we should be prepared to, each of us to ask one additional question. Is that still happening, or?
So we prepared, we did receive some questions from one board member, thank you. But then we prepared some questions to assist you, and I believe copies were made. Jackie, is that correct? So they're in front of you, and what we recommend is that each of you be assigned one question, and you ask the same question to both candidates, and then you just go round robin style, and just ask the same question to both candidates. So you should have a copy in front of you.
It's this one right here.
So I can't add my own question? Because I was thinking that we were all going to come prepared to
Well,
ask.
if you don't want to ask one of the questions, you can.
Yeah, we can add your question. I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah.
If you'd like to add your question or substitute it, we can do that.
You can substitute a question for yours.
But when I suggest to
And,
the
and
board,
since there's 5, is it okay that we use these?
Sure.
Who wrote this?
Oh, me. Wasn't me.
A combination.
Oh, okay.
I
And-
had a question about the process also.
Okay.
If the two candidates would be open to this, if one could step outside so we could question one, that would make it a little bit more equitable that one doesn't hear the answers and the question ahead of time.
I believe there's only one here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if there's 2.
Oh, my God. That makes it
There's only one
easy.
here this evening.
I don't see but
I reminded both of
one.
them today.
Huh?
I left a voicemail for each of them today. The meeting was
We just have
receiving, and
one.
they also received that information when they picked up the application.
Yeah, they did.
Well, then no one needs to
So then do
consider
we need
stepping
to-
out.
So if there's only one applicant and you guys are willing to move forward the applicant's name, you don't even have to do interviews.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. If
really.
that's the case, then.
Actually,
No, just kidding.
I don't, we just have one, right? One
You
here.
guys did you guys get a copy of the resume and the application of the candidate?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Right. Do you choose to ask the questions, everybody?
Penny, what do you want?
Penny, you want to ask the questions? How about you? You want to ask the questions, right? Or
We can do.
how about you?
I mean,
He's here.
I think it's a good idea to ask
I
questions.
think we should still ask him questions, to make sure that that he's an acceptable candidate.
All
Because
right.
one possible outcome would be that we would say, well, we want to run it again, But I'm really hoping that doesn't happen.
It's like the 2000 election counting
and-
chads.
And how are you, Rosie?
Yeah, we went through this before.
Hi, sweetie. You're gonna step outside.
Yeah, why don't you come on up? We'll ask him a couple
yeah.
questions. He got all dressed up, and let's do it.
And I don't know if you know it, but he's been on our board before. And he's also a resident of here. Were you born here, Rosie?
No, ma'am. I've been
No.
here since I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
I grew up in Oro Grande.
Yeah, he grew
Went
up in
to,
Oro Grande.
Went to Oro Grande Elementary School, Victor Valley Junior High School, and Victor Valley High School.
Right.
Graduated in
And he
61.
lived across the track where they were all separated, Afro-Americans and Hispanics.
Those were the days.
Yeah. He is actually a real Victorvillian. A Victorvillian,
Love it.
or a Granny.
Okay, question.
Okay. All right, the first question, would you ask that question?
Sure. Okay, tell us about your qualifications and experience that have prepared you to be a personnel commissioner.
Well, I served on the school board here. I also my experience with I worked with Southwest Gas, and I started in '66. I started out in construction, and then when I retired 33 years later, I was the district manager in our Big Bear Lake district. During my tenure, I was in management, and the years in management, I learned. We didn't call it the spoil system. We called it the good old boy system, where if you were hiring an individual, and a vice president had a friend or a relative that they wanted to get hired, they would call you up and say, "Hey, interview this person, and if he's not selected, I want to know why." So you had your marching orders. You naturally went ahead and you hired him, and that was the that was the good old boy system. We didn't know it was called spoil system back in the old days. But, and it taught me that, you know, you have to look at the merits of the individual, what they bring to the table, what they know and not who they know. And unfortunately, it continues to work that way in a lot of business, which is unfortunate, which is good that the school district here adopted the the merit system, you know, way back 50-some years ago, because I think it's good for the individuals here. It's good for the classified employees. It's a great system. And I think my experience with Southwest Gas in my management positions, I think that, and the fact that when I was on the board here, I sat in on a lot of the Personnel Commission meetings, and I learned a lot of what they did and how it worked. So I think I'm very, I have the time and the patience, and I would certainly would like to be part of that commission.
Okay. Second question?
Okay, I'm going to substitute. They said I could substitute, right?
Mhm.
So can you describe what you understand your role as a commissioner to be, and why would you want to be a commissioner, a personnel commissioner?
You know, having gone to school here, I really appreciate the education that I received, not only through grammar school, but when we came here, I was an immigrant. We came from Mexico. I couldn't speak English, but the teachers at the Oregon Elementary School, they were awesome. I mean, they took their time, and the kids I went to school with were awesome. They didn't make fun of me. They helped me. So I learned English at a very young age, and I think all the teachers that I've been through, junior high and high school, I respected them. I admired them for the work that they did, and it's my way of giving back something to the school that made me who I am today, and I appreciate everything that they did for me. So I would like to become involved in the Personnel Commission to give back and help them out and help out the classified personnel to make sure that they do get hired and promoted based on merit and not anything else, and that they deserve it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to you for 3.
Sure.
Mhm.
Okay. What are some strategies to best serve the classified employees of the district?
You know, like I say, again, having served on the board and having visited a lot of the schools and talked to classified personnel, bus drivers, custodians, secretaries, they love it here. They enjoy working for this district, and they're happy.
A few naysayers.
And I think it's a reflection on their organization as well as the people they work for. In all the time that I visited schools, I never came across one individual that said, "I hate it here. You know, this place is terrible." But they all love it. Bus drivers, everybody. So I think whatever is being done here is great, and I think I would like to be part of that to continue serving the classified personnel the way they should be served.
Okay.
Thank
Penny,
you.
number 4.
Rosie, how do the actions of the commissioners directly benefit our students?
Well, again, you know, I never saw any of the negative side of the commission dealing with classified personnel. Everything that I saw at all the meetings that I attended, it was all positive. The promotions, the selection process, the testing. I never really saw anything that was negative that I could say, well, I think the commission needs to improve in this because they're not doing it right, or they need to improve in order to make sure that classified personnel are getting the best treatment possible. I think they're getting that. I don't think there's really anything that can be improved. I think the Personnel Commission that you have done a tremendous job. And so I just would like to be part of that to help them continue on doing the good job that they're doing.
Okay. And the very last question is, please share your understanding of how the merit system works.
Well, again, the merit
And
system
you
is
kind of
based.
said it, but,
Yeah,
you
the
know.
merit system is based on, individual merit. It's what you know, and not who you know, and to ensure that personnel are hired because of that, because of their abilities and what they bring to the table, not because they're somebody's nephew or cousin or son
Which is what we're doing
or anything else like that. But because they deserve the job they applied for.
Exactly. Okay. Any other thing? Any other questions anybody has?
I think it was great.
Thank you very much,
so much.
Rosie. And hi, sweetie. How are you? I'm good.
Thank you for your time. I have one question to ask of you folks.
Is it true that you're Santa Claus? He used to come to my classroom and bring little candy canes, you know. He was a Santa Claus for us.
If I'm fortunate enough to be appointed to this commission, I'd like to know from you all what you would expect of me in that position.
I'd expect you to be fair. I think the job of the personnel commissioner is to exercise an oversight role. So you don't want to just assume that the personnel commissioner's got it right, but you also don't want to assume that the personnel commissioner got it wrong. I think you want to bring an open mind to it and make the decisions with a good, honest spirit. And I think that's what the board would expect.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely be firm but fair in all aspects of the commission and come in and really have a fresh voice to evaluate.
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell who was talking.
Oh, sorry.
With the mask.
It's over here.
I'm looking over here, but
long as
the
nobody's
voice is
talking
coming
like
over.
that.
No matter
Who's
saying
saying
it.
It's a
I'm
guessing
sorry.
game.
I didn't mean to look away
No
from
worries, no worries. It's okay. No, just firm and fair to have a fresh voice to evaluate, to move that commission forward, and to really call balls and strikes as you see them, and being very consistent in any kind of decision making. And I think that's the best we could ask for, I feel.
Rosie, I'd like to see the commissioners do research into the things they're gonna vote upon so that they understand the issues, and if there's questions that they ask them, so they have a full understanding that their vote would have certain consequences
Okay.
to do their homework.
Yeah, you should. I mean, you should know what you're voting on. I mean, so you should make it your effort to research it, and not just rubber stamp and say, okay, it's through. No, I agree. Thank you.
I think it's fantastic that you're a lifelong resident, and I think that's over here again. That you're a lifelong
guy.
resident, and you have all the intentions of doing the right thing. So I think that's fantastic. Thank you, sir, for your
Thank you.
time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Actually, his family has been here a long time. He's one of the families that I wrote about. One of the families. One of the families that I wrote about.
And or Grand too, yes,
Yeah.
go or Grand.
And they used to have this big Cinco de Mayo party, and your dad and family would put that party downtown, in
Yeah.
the downtown area, so.
At the park.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we took it to the school with Teresa,
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But, he's been here a very long time, and I love you, Rosie.
So
I
just
love
proud to
your
be a
family,
Victorian. In fact,
I love the whole family.
growing up in Oro Grande,
I know.
and when I retired in '99, and then we moved to Silver Lakes in Hellendale,
Yeah, I know.
I thought to myself, if anybody had told me when I was growing up that I would wind up retired in Hellendale, I would have told them they were nuts, because there's no way in the world
I know.
that I would
there
go to
wasn't a lot
Hellendale.
there.
Yeah, I mean that'd be almost as bad as going to Barstow.
Yeah, really. That's like going to Barstow. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
true.
And how are you, sweetie? I'm good. I'm good. Everybody's good. Lionel's good too. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I talked to Teresa the other day.
She's good.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, can I have a turn?
Oh, it's Jose's turn.
I
Oh,
mean,
sorry.
I didn't do barbecues
did you
or
raise your hand?
quinceañeras or 4th of July with you, but
I didn't even see
we
you.
were running mates in one election.
Yes, we were.
So
We were.
all I'd like to see is just follow the Personnel Commission rules and then vote what's right. See, that's it.
He's
Very
pretty
short.
honest.
Yeah, thank you.
Pretty honest.
So are we submitting a name right now?
Yes.
It looked like that's what we're doing.
Item
Okay.
9.3 will be, you will be submitting.
Correct.
9.3?
Yeah, we can get there.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All righty. So that was just the interview, right?
Mhm.
All right, consent items. Can I get a motion
Okay, hang
to?
on, can I ask something? And this is
Is
kind
it
of
same
irregular.
thing
Before,
with this?
no.
Oh,
Okay, I was gonna ask something about two of these items in closed session, but we ran out of time. And I can't remember all the procedure, but would it be appropriate to bring it up now that I would like to request tabling 1A and 2A before we vote on them?
Personnel.
wait, where are you talking about?
I'm talking about 8.1,
Eight
number
point-
1A and 2A.
So you're talking about a certificate of personnel.
Correct.
So that's
We're
action
not there
item
yet.
9.1 and
That's
9.
That's 9, isn't it?
We're on
Dave?
8.1.
I mean, I
Okay,
had-
well, I'm one ahead then, okay, so we're.
Yeah, you went ahead.
I was premature, okay? Gotta
Yes,
remember
you
that.
are. When we get there, you can do that.
Well, I want to make
Can
sure
we
that
still
we
have
don't have to
discussion on
talk
it
about
before we
picnics or
table
anything
it?
anymore.
Yes, you may.
Okay, because I had a
Let's get
question.
there
on that.
first. Let's do
Okay.
8.1 right now.
We're at 8.1 right now, everybody.
Okay.
Okay.
So it was the appropriate time to bring it up.
Well, it's
Okay,
been,
and we did get a motion, didn't we?
No.
No, okay, can I get a motion for consent items
So moved.
8.1 to 8.7? Second, and then, any questions? Discussion?
Well, what I just said a second ago, that would be the discussion.
We're not there yet.
No, we're
Not there.
not there where you are yet.
We're on 8.1.
No, it says approval of consent items, so I'm adding that to the consent item. Never mind, okay, never mind.
Oh,
All right, couldn't
wow.
vote.
He's not getting it. Anyway, and then vote. Dira,
Aye.
Barrios,
Aye.
Gastineau,
Aye.
Edmiston,
yes,
Garcia,
Aye.
and Du votes yes.
Okay, now we're working.
Now we're at action items, okay? 9.1, can I get a motion?
So moved.
And are you
Wait,
going
no,
to
hold on.
question anything?
Wait, hold on, he
Well-
wants to pull before that.
You
so-
want to pull?
Well, I wanted
Let
to
him do it with the
make a
pull.
request to pull item 1A and 2A. And we are on the correct
Okay,
thing right now.
so moved to pull
Okay.
items 1A, 2A.
Well, what I want to know something about, I think,
Because we
You
did
wanna
not
do
get to
something too?
discuss that in closed session because we did not have time.
well, so I have a question about 2A. So my
we-
understanding is most of the nurses are classified members, correct?
So let me explain. So this is a certificate, this is a supervisor position, okay? A nurse supervisor that's gonna help us in supervising the LVNs, help us in doing things for the district, for special education students and general education students for care plans and such, among other things.
Special ed.
The board previously asked Human Resources to bring to the board positions for approval. The board approved this position. We ran the recruitment. We are now bringing the name forward. So I would advise the board and discourage the board from pulling 2A because we followed the process that the board asked us to follow. And we feel it would be unfair to the candidate who has gone through the recruitment process and selection process to be pulled. Our recommendation would be to please vote on it.
Especially with the special ed, right?
We really need this nurse
Special
position.
ed.
We really need
Nurses.
it.
I have no objection to the nurse. My question is, would it be better classified as sort of a classified supervisor instead of a
It is.
certificate?
It's an let me just make sure.
Because it's on the certificated personnel report.
It's on the management report, yes.
It's on a manager.
And because it's a credential position, because you need the school nurse credential, it is certificated, it cannot be classified.
It cannot be
Cannot.
classified.
Okay, now, when the nurses' assistants came up the last meeting, it was said that they were going to be basically based on a grant. So they may not be a permanent position. Okay, now this position doesn't say anything like that. So I guess what I'm saying is, this nurse supervisor, she's not gonna be doing any nurse stuff, is she?
No, I don't agree with that. We are required to have a nurse. So
Oh, Mr. Wolford has an answer. So we get a good answer here.
So what it is basically on this RN, we've actually been contracting out for the last X amount of years, paying an outside agency to do the job. So what we're going to be doing now is we're bringing it in-house to save money, so we're not spending outside agency money anymore. And now we can actually control this RN to help support with our care plans for our special ed students, to help run the medical health unit van, to make sure we're getting our shot clinics going, and actually really saving us money in the long run, and without having to go to outside agencies anymore.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That was clear and succinct, and that's the end of my question on that.
Well, can I follow up on that then? So by hiring someone in-house, is that going to be less expensive once we pay the health and welfare and salary and?
It will be in the long run, because what's been happening is with our RNs, what we've been doing, we've actually, I think last year or 2 years ago, and Miss Tanya could probably help me on this, but we've been having to contract to get multiple RNs in to make sure our care plans are being.
Well, wouldn't we still have to have those contracted RNs? if
No,
we don't
because
know?
now we have the LVNs at the school site who can actually do those pieces of the job, and the RNs there to actually sign off on the health and care plans for our special ed kids.
So when you say the long run, what does that mean? When
It
would
just
we
means
see
that we won't have to put a contract out every single year and get multiple RNs to help do our jobs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually,
And
that
I
would,
know that's
that would,
been one of the areas that has really been really crazy because we've done that. all
Well,
that
the other piece that's going to
contracting.
help us with too, though, is because I know we've been doing some litigation components for special ed kids because we haven't been doing IEPs up to date or on time, and this will help get our vision and hearing things done on time as well to make sure IEPs are done in a timely manner.
it's also required by the
Yeah.
CDE.
Yeah.
Some of the other things that they'll supervise is they'll help with home hospital. There's a variety of functions
Things
that
they
this
can
person
do
will
as an
serve, but
RN.
it is a requirement.
okay.
Okay.
And then to rewind back a little bit too for what Penny you were asking about, by having the RN there to help supervise the MA program, it actually will bring money into our district too to help pay for some of our other items like TDAP shots and things like that.
Aren't we already bringing that money in for our students who are eligible?
We are and we aren't, because we need somebody to help supervise that program to make sure that we're actually having those pieces done correctly.
So they haven't been?
Not in the last year or so. Yeah. So this will actually bring money into from the MA program.
So what was 1A?
So, well, no, I haven't finished asking
Yeah.
Mr.
Do
Wolford. So,
administrative,
okay, so anyway, what I would I would request and plead, when we present a position, presenting it like you just presented it, that would save a lot of time asking what, why, where. They'd say, okay, we're contracting this out, now we're doing it with one person. We contracted 2 other outfits to do the same thing. Basically saying we're doing it all in one person, and that would justify the time, expense, and everything for that person. That would be the simplest way to do this instead of having to go through all these questions to find out the same answer you gave us in 30 seconds.
So is one.
Now, 1A, that's a different story.
Yes, so 1A, a few months ago, we wrote into the Friday notes wanting to make sure that this position just doesn't get overlooked. I believe a couple of years ago, we have the ELO funds, we also had the Learning Communities for Student Success Grant. These are grant-funded positions.
they're grants.
The board did approve this position at that time, and I believe the discussion may have been whether this position should have been a classified position or a certificated position, and it kind of got there just in limbo, kind of got tabled. We are asking the board to go ahead and approve this position because it is a much-needed position in our district.
Well,
Do recall that Tech Services does support a lot of the things that we absolutely do in our district. What Tech Services is not able to support really is having that person who's really going to be able to support us with data. We talk about the cycle of inquiry. We talk about how we should make decisions based on data. We need someone who's going to help lead that effort and really be able to not only pull our data, but also present the data, be knowledgeable about the data from every dashboard data to any internal benchmarks that we do as a district, any climate survey, whatever data we need, this person would be very versed in it. And they're able to now support our school sites and our district staff to really make sure that when we make decisions, it absolutely is predicated on data. So in many districts, if not all, and I know we are a smaller district, we do always have a position similar to this. A certificated position where somebody has been in the classroom to even know what that looks like, and being able to go ahead and support our teachers, our site administrators, to really do that work and do it correctly. So that is what we are asking. It was already approved before, but I believe it just kind of sat for a while, and I'd like to bring it back for your approval.
Well, you're right. If the person had a position of the same description, was a classified employee, and from all I ever heard, she did a great job. And her name was Angela, and I forgot her last name. Angela, I believe, was here when you were here.
Angela Allen.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. No, she was great all the time, and I'm sure she'd still be here if you were paying her this much. But, well, you know, I see a job that's done by somebody that's maybe making, you know, I think she probably made 70, 80,000. And now we're gonna have somebody doing the same job for 120,000.
Wow.
It just seems silly.
Yeah.
Would this person work with IT to sort of create data? Because we've had, you know, sped teachers who come and say, we need better data systems. So would that be part of the job?
So
or-
what I actually did was Ed Services worked with Business Services and Dave Bertelson, and really looked at the job description and make sure that there are always going to be a collaboration between the two divisions, absolutely. But where this person is going to really fulfill his or her duty would really be the analyzing of the data, to be able to present the data to the board, be able to work with the school sites and so forth, but also from a more certificated, more of a classroom instruction kind of strategies that perhaps the other position, and I remember Angela Allen, but I don't recall necessarily her role before.
That was back when I was a worker bee. But also, wasn't Audrey hired to do this same job way back when?
So one thing to consider though is that this is a grant-funded position,
Yeah, it's a grant.
and the grant was awarded because of a specific function. If we don't use this money, we'll lose this money.
Yeah.
So we highly recommend, we've lost a lot of time. This person could have been in place a while back. And as the clock continues to tick, we're just gonna lose the money, you guys. So why not approve this position, take advantage of it, because it's very clearly written here, temporarily funded through the grant. If the grant goes away, the position goes away, unless the board chooses to fund it from another source.
Yeah,
And that would assist us when we're doing stats and data and analyzing the things.
Well,
that we
that's
do
what it also
to
says. Funding will be identified
through
for
the
continuance beyond, which
budget.
means it's temporary now, but we're gonna make it permanent.
When we evaluate the position, the services, the effectiveness of it, and if we decide, yes, you know, as a board, as the community stakeholder groups and stuff, if we decide this is something that we want to keep, then we can look at some fundings. An LCAP, you know, sometimes we might even be able to put an LCAP and something else will have to drop, if that is in fact what we're saying is priority. But again, it is part of our needs assessment as we look at what is effective and what is not. And if it's not, then we don't have to keep
we'll
it.
know.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That's why I wanted to vote on it separate.
Oh, so you still want it out?
I don't.
You still want
I
to
don't
vote on
wanna
it
totally.
separate?
I don't want to totally pull it or table it. I'd
No,
just
but
like to
we
vote
can
on it
vote on
separate.
it separately, and that's what you're
That
saying?
that was my request, and we all
Well,
get
you
rushed
wanna
to closed
vote
session.
on
So you
2A?
wanna pull, no,
2A?
2A, no, 2A is good.
1A
Good, perfect
and 2A?
explanation on that one.
Oh, okay, that one's okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, all right.
I would like to continue the discussion if I could.
Oh,
I'm a little bit still unclear about this. Did Audrey do some of this with the data? Who was the last person who did some of this information and data research for us?
It was Audrey. It was Audrey.
And I'm not saying that we don't need such a position and we should make our decisions based upon data, But we are hearing so much about the safety of our students and our staff. That just seems so glaring right now that that's a need. So I know that Dr. Rubalcaba, you shared with us that there are some increases at the site level that we've got planned, but the money that's being used for this, can it only be used for someone
Yes.
who's doing data?
That
It
is
can't be
correct.
used
Nope.
to lower class size, it can't be used for security, it can't be used for any of the
Because-
other positions.
Nothing else.
Because remember that when we as a district applied for the Learning Communities for Student Success Grant, I applied when I was in Riverside. We also got $1.6 million. And what we did was we said we wanted to increase and support our African American students. We wanted to expand our heritage program. So they awarded us based on our proposal saying this is what we're going to do. I believe in our district now, we did the same thing. We submitted for that grant saying that this is part of the grant that they actually approved, the state approved and funded. So that is why we keep bringing it back also too, and I appreciate all your questions because we want to make sure we have clarity before we vote on something.
Well, the next thing that we submit, can't we include more security at our sites?
If
as
it
part
comes
of the
up
grant
again and the
application?
opportunity arises, absolutely.
This was a very specific grant. Part of it was to target homeless youth, foster youth, English
And-
learners,
and
and
certain
it's very
kids.
specific to that.
Yep.
We hired an additional family engagement liaison that's assigned to student services, and we hired a counselor that's assigned student services. This is the third position. These monies cannot be used for anything else other than this position. The longer we wait, the longer we don't have the service and lose the money.
But I'm clarifying it's because that's how the grant was written, not because that's how the funds were given. It's because the grant was written that way. So I'm asking if we can be very cognizant when we're writing grants, that we have some other glaring needs, especially student safety, staff
Sure.
safety, and I'd like to see those positions written into some grants as well.
If I can share just real quick, it's appropriate, I was gonna share in my comments. The JPA has awarded us roughly 22,000. I know it's small potatoes compared to this other one around safety, specifically to bring in a safety consultant to visit our sites, to provide us, it's completely paid for by the JPA. They're also gonna help each of our school sites create systematic supervision plans, among other things, provide de-escalation strategies and training to our campus security and administrators. So when there are opportunities for that, we take advantage of them. I was gonna share it in my comments, but based on what you're sharing, I think it's appropriate to say now. We're very fortunate the JPA is awarding us some money for safety specifically.
Thank you.
That's because of.
Dickinson.
So also too, I don't know if you remember, Jose, we had another certificated manager who actually did this work prior to Audrey. I don't know if you remember Debbie, what was Debbie's last name? That worked out of the Students Ed Services Department. She did data and research and assessment prior to Audrey. We had her maybe 6 or 7 years ago. She worked here when, Debbie Clark.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember that. but
I
it
was
a
just
certificated
curious
person
why,
before.
if we had somebody doing that job, why we didn't replace them when they left, because we always do that.
Well, because when she left, we was doing financial crisis.
We're always doing financial crisis.
Now, she left during the financial crisis and we didn't backfill the position and then we moved
Okay,
on.
all right.
Okay, I get the point.
Okay, are we pulling
Okay.
anything or are we not pulling anything?
Are you pulling anything or not?
I just said I'd like to request to vote on it separate. I didn't.
Which one? 1A?
1A.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right. Well, let's vote on 9.1. 1A. We'll vote on that first. 9.1, 1A.
Okay, what's the motion though? The motion is to
The
pull.
motion is to vote on,
We gotta do the motion first, so pull 1A.
He made it, he
yeah.
seconded
Did
it.
As a
we
separate-
do that already?
Yes.
Okay, as a separate
Oh.
action item, what action item is that gonna end up being?
You gotta pull 1A?
Okay, pull 1A and vote on it separately.
Okay.
And I seconded
And
it.
he seconds it.
Clear enough?
Okay. Burrows,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
No.
and Dew.
Who?
I didn't hear Garcia's vote.
Yeah, no, I said no.
Oh, you said no. Okay. And Dew votes yes. We'll just pull in and vote on it. Okay, so that's what, 4,
Okay.
3? All right, and we're gonna vote on 1A, 9.1, 1A.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
I think we've done that.
All right.
That's already
All
done.
right, Burrows.
Well, no, I'd like to ask, since we are speaking just of this and not the two-way, can it be done by a certificated person? Would the grant still fund that? I'm sorry, a classified position instead of certificated?
Yeah, I don't think I don't recall the grant, when I read it, differentiate it between certificated or classified. But again, like I said, in my experience, it generally is a certificated experience because it requires the teaching, the teaching experience in order to really know how to apply the data to the teaching.
Okay.
Okay, again, we're on 1A, and we're gonna vote on it. Burrows,
No.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. All right, now we're gonna vote on 9.1.
There we go.
The rest of it, certificated. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, vote. Burrows,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew. And the reason I don't mention you is because these two you won't vote on, but then after that you will.
Those are the big guns.
Yeah. 9.2. Can I get a motion?
moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, vote. Burrows,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. 9.3,
So moved.
second.
Second.
Discussion?
Well, wait a second.
You
Don't we
have-
need to put
you
a
have
name
to
forward?
say-
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
I thought that we
Oh.
were first voting that we are going to be moving forward today.
Yes, so 9.3 would be a motion to put,
Her name.
Also move that we put Rosie and Ojos forward in that position.
I
Okay.
will second.
And you second it. And it's discussion? All right. And vote. Burrows,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes.
Congratulations.
And 9.4,
So moved.
award proposal,
Second.
discussion?
Yeah. This is a Brett question. Okay, now, I realize the school it's over 5 years old, the field's over 5 years old, but when do we perceive we're going to have to redo it? Because all this research and engineering, is there a plan for what year they're gonna redo the
That field's
field?
actually almost 10 years old, and that life
Is
expectancy.
it 10 years old?
And that life expectancy on the field is 10
My
years. So
goodness.
if you go out, if you were to go out
I
to
didn't even
Atlanta,
know it was 10 years.
if you go out to Orlando right now and look at the center section where the emblem is,
Uh-huh.
you can't even tell what it is. It's in bad shape.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm just trying to remember 10 years ago, because I remember I was out there
Wow.
watching them sow the field,
Wow.
and I was amazed that they actually sow it.
Yeah.
I think that was 10 years ago, but anyway.
They have a big needle?
So the life expectancy, because I didn't get a chance to look it up, life expectancy of a turf field is
10 years.
10 years?
Yes.
So that needs to be replaced.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So I have a question. It's unrelated to the cost, but it's to the safety of the artificial turf material. Does the research show that grass would be safer? for the
I've never
athletes?
seen any research saying which one would be safer. Now, the field we're looking at now is actually gonna have a pad underneath of it also, kind of like a
Oh,
carpet
great.
pad at your house. So it will.
It's gonna have a
I
pad.
think Yeah, the new ones are-
synthetic,
the new ones are
artificial
much
turf is
safer
safe.
than
A
the
pad.
original AstroTurf.
Well, I
Because-
just know in professional football, it seems like there's more injuries on artificial turf than there are on natural grass. So it might be that, you know, even if it's more expensive, we might want to consider the natural
And
materials.
so the issue with grass over artificial turf is not only the expense, you have the water, you also have the
You really
upkeep
have
of it, you have to have it
expensive.
lined every time, you know, have staff to line the fields, and so then you're talking additional staffing.
Would you be willing to table this until we could carry out a safety?
Let me answer your question a little bit more specifically. The Department of State Architecture, whenever they're moving or pivoting to ensuring that artificial turf, that the shock absorption is actually better than natural grass and so forth. So that's one of the things that's taken into consideration before those approvals come forth. So this would be a safe medium to utilize for student sports.
So we're gonna have a pad under it this time.
There's normally some padding under there that helps the shock absorber. And then the material itself serves as a shock absorber as well.
So it's laying on the ground.
Would they be willing to table it and sort of do a safety
And-
study on it?
And I would also second what Dr. Hawkins just said, as former high school principal. You want the turf because the potholes become, the injuries are greater with real grass. When it rains, you've got to fill in the holes. There's far more knee injuries, leg injuries, ankle injuries when you have real grass. And then, as Brett mentioned, the maintenance. You've got to mow it, you've got to stripe it, it's a lot more work. So our recommendation, and I'm sure the other principals would agree, you would go artificial, hands down.
Yeah, it's a
And
good
one
deal.
more thing from a former football coach.
There you go.
I was sold on grass. I was totally against doing the turf.
Artificial.
But up in the later years, there was more injuries, at least at Victor Valley High School, because gophers.
Had gopher
Okay.
holes in
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
They were digging underneath.
Well, as a coach, I could care less about how much the lines cost or how much the water costs, but my players were getting hurt
Injuries.
because of the doggone gopher holes, and nobody could keep up with them.
But I guess I'm just wanting to see the research. So would you be willing to table it until we can find out?
Well, one of the issues would be if we table it.
Because
you would-
anecdotes are good, but let's go
Yeah,
with that.
one of the issues, Trustee Castaneda, if you table it, then you're pushing out the timeline. I'm quite sure that they will be utilizing it.
then it's
This
football
school,
season.
yeah,
Yeah.
and we really want to make sure that that field is together as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll tell you another thing. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
All right, because the last time that we did the field, you were in charge then when we did Victor Valley, right? And they had a deal, and it was great to see that you get this job done by, a week or two before the first game. And if not, it's gonna cost you. And I've never seen anybody work so fast in my life. Most of our contractors take their sweet time. and
Liquidated
they go
damages, they
overtime.
call it.
But no, and that's true, because they have a certain time period, otherwise they won't be able to do it until like the following summer.
Yeah,
That's just telling you some history.
I asked similar questions the first time we went down this road, and they were able to give data. I mean, I bet they could come up with it again, but it would take a little bit of time. But it appeased my questions about the safety, but I had those same concerns.
And I think it was
I feel
just
comfortable with
the
it.
New York
question.
Jets
I
Stadium
agree.
is what had the problem in the NFL. There was about 4 ACL injuries in
Yeah.
one game, so yeah.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, these are.
Check how many there were before.
Yeah, oh, I'm sure there's a lot.
Find a football player that
You're
played
still gonna get your
professional
bell
football
rung coming
without
across the middle,
having
right? So-
cartilage surgery or ACL surgery.
All right, is this so moved or do we?
Yeah, we moved
Well,
it.
I don't know, if you want to
Oh.
pull Caleb, I understand.
Fine,
I mean, I haven't seen the data, but,
Okay, well,
Would
Vote
you
on-
feel comfortable us voting on it?
Vote on
and
it
then-
next
You can
meeting.
vote on it. I'm gonna
providing
vote
you
against
data?
And then,
We can follow up and provide them data.
And then they
You
can
would-
provide.
Well, we can
you
vote.
If you vote on it, we'll provide you data.
We'll just vote.
All right. All right, we're gonna vote. Adira?
Aye.
Castaneda?
what about Barry?
Barrios.
I mean,
I
Barrios?
did.
He did.
I said aye.
Nay.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. Okay, and then provide him some data on that so that he can
Got it.
understand it. All right,
That should be easy.
9.5.
So moved.
Second. Okay, discussion? Okay, vote. Adira?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.6,
So moved.
second.
Second,
Discussion?
I have a question. and
Okay,
This is another Brett question, so don't move, all right?
okay.
Okay, have we seen any reduction in the electricity bills at Adelanto High School since they have solar? And this is, talking about, we want to do, solar at Silverado, the project's projected to pay for itself in 12 years. It's been 10 years since Adelanto was built. Has it paid for itself?
So Atlanta was built with solar, so you have no figures to go before and after. The solar was put on when Atlanta was actually built.
So in other words, we won't know until we do it.
Right, so basically what the company does is they take our, I believe you have the one document that kind of looks like this, on the first page, I attached it. If you look at that, they do a analysis of our past power bills, and then they figure in their equipment what it produces, and that's how they come up with the information on what it's gonna save. So with their projections, it's projected to pay back in 11.8 years. Now that's if we pay the total bill. Now, we've applied for state match funding for this. So if we get that, that means they will pay $2,400,000 of this project, and our payback now is under 6 years. So that's an exceptional payback time frame.
Okay, well, I just asked because I hear some people sing the praises of solar, and other people, I've talked actually to people in your maintenance department, they say, well, Adelanto High School uses as much electricity as Silverado does. And Adelanto had the solar. And that was just coming from some of your maintenance employees.
Well, I mean, my maintenance guys wouldn't know what the bills are, so I'm not sure where
Well,
get that information
That's not your
from,
area, is it?
If you didn't have those guys, there wouldn't be a plug to plug into the wall. And they fixed what the original contractor screwed up. So I respect their opinions. Okay, that's all right, good.
I had a question. What is
Alright.
Fund 40 called? I don't recall having
forgot I
seen
got
that
it written
fund
down
before.
somewhere else.
That's-
Go ahead, Brett.
So that's basically a fund that is used for new construction and modernization funding. It's a restricted funding that can only be used for that type of stuff.
What about our other sites that don't have solar?
We can look at those. This one is just the better payback of the bunch because it's so big and has a pool, so, that
Spread
uses a lot of
around.
energy. So the payback on on
Silverado.
Silverado is a lot better than like one of the smaller
Well,
schools.
what about Victor?
We'd still be getting a better payback with Silverado versus Victor because their parking lot is a lot smaller.
Okay. That makes sense.
Any other questions? Okay, vote. Adira?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. Okay, 9.6,
So moved. Oh, that,
second.
Second.
Discussion? All right, vote. Adira?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
aye.
And Dew votes yes.
Is it
9.7?
Wasn't that 9.7?
That was that was supposed to be 9.7, that's why.
I'm sorry, 9.7,
So
sorry.
this is 9.8.
This is 9.8.
9.8. 9.8,
So moved.
second.
Second.
Discussion? All right, vote.
Yeah,
Adira?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
yes.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Yee, if you
Yes.
could get us, it does refer that previous contracts, we've had positive results. Could you forward us some of that data? Thank you.
Thank you. I will.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
All right, Adira?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.9,
So moved.
second.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. Are we renewing all the hotspots that we used during the pandemic?
The answer would be yes.
Do we have a need for all of them since we're not distance learning all of our students at this point?
We wanted to keep the ideology or thought process was to keep them in place just in case, with swings with the pandemic, there has been some upticks on the East Coast. I mean, it hasn't, come out this way as hard in the South, but we just want to keep those in service just in case we needed them. Also, there is a grant that we have for AT&T, so this expense will be phased out.
So instead of T-Mobile, we would be moving to AT&T, taking advantage of that grant?
That is my assumption, yes,
Okay.
because it's an AT&T grant. I don't think they'd let us stay on their system, but the cost to the district would subside with that grant as we operationalize the grant.
But we're renewing the hotspots through T-Mobile?
Yes. So what we would do is we do have the opportunity to cancel some of the contract. We will have that. The district does have that right to give them notice. So as the AT&T comes on board, I will talk to Dave Bertelson, and we'll look at, if, let's say they give us 100, we can cancel 100 of this. If they give us 200, we can start rolling that out in a measurable way.
Okay.
I think it's just a good idea, even if we're not going into remote, for students to be able to, access their Google Classroom at any time of the day.
Well, do they use them on campus?
They can use them on campus if necessary. We have not had to have that happen at this juncture because we have Wi-Fi enabled on our campuses.
Are the students able to tap into that on their own devices?
On campus with the Wi-Fi? Oh, yeah.
Oh, I've heard that they weren't able to use their own devices to.
Oh, you mean their
tap in.
personal devices?
Right.
Oh, no, it needs to be the district device. Yeah, that's because we have
So they could bring
Gaggle.
one of our district hotspots, put it in their pocket, and then have their phone access that, or
No,
their.
for the district hotspots, you have to be on a district device because we run it through Gaggle and all that safety type measures and so forth, so people aren't surfing all over the place. But no, it would not be for a personal device, it would be for a district hotspot.
Okay.
I mean, a district,
district device?
Chromebook, yeah,
Okay.
device. yeah.
Fun, huh?
Okay. Any other questions? Then, all right. Adira?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Do votes yes. 9.10.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Yeah, just one, and actually, this applies to both of them. Okay, these two items, they appear to be the same,
They're not.
10 and 11, okay. Well, that'll be my next question. What's different? Because other than the price, one says 4,000, 0 to the district, and one says 10,000, 0 to the district. And I was trying to see if there was difference in hours, there are 4 mentor teachers, and they'll do X amount of time. So anyway, what would be the answer to the
All
question?
right, well, Dr. Crunk's going to explain it because we had the same question in cabinet when it came up. So they do look very similar, but in fact, they are very different. So Dr. Crunk,
I
thank you.
agree with Carol because she's smart.
I'm glad to hear that. Good thinking, good thinking. So we have the Mentor Scholar program with Cal State where we're growing our own math teachers. And so we have a total of 8 mentor teachers, but we only had 4 scholars this year. So we decided, because there was a funding on the part of Cal State San Bernardino, to go ahead and train and give professional development to the mentors that did not have scholars, as well as to the mentors who do have scholars. So therefore, the reason that there are 2 different pots from Cal State, or 2 different funding sources from Cal State San Bernardino. One supplies the funding for those who have the scholars for their 5 hours a month plus their seminars, and one only provides the funding for the mentors who don't have scholars, and we're just providing the seminars for them.
Oh, so we're basically training our own teachers.
Yes, we're growing our
Yes.
own teachers.
Tell them they have to stay if they get trained.
We get first option. We
telling
get
you.
first option to hire them.
We
The
should be able-
scholars get
we should do
$10,000
that with
a
speech
year.
pathologists.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're
I have a
welcome.
See, see, that was easy.
I have a question.
Sure. The mentors, when they're being paid their hourly, are they being paid their hourly rate or their contract 60% of their hourly rate? What?
They're getting paid 60% of their hourly rate.
And all of that coming from the other institution, from
Yeah, so
CSUSD?
we are paying that out front, and then they are reimbursing us at the end of each semester for those funds.
If for some reason that changed through the negotiation process and the teachers were getting beyond their 60% of their hourly rate, would that be able to be amended?
I do believe so. I would have to talk to them, but I do believe there's enough funds because we did a lot of looking at in case there were raises and that sort of thing to make sure that there was enough money.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, Adira?
Aye.
Barrios? Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Do votes yes. 9.11,
So moved.
second,
Second.
discussion? Okay, Adira?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Excuse me. Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And then Do. 9.12,
So moved.
Second.
discussion?
Just a quick one. So this here is basically just the PSAT 2.0.
I believe we're on the mannequin. Were you looking at the?
No, we're 912.
We're on the college.
912,
Oh,
college board.
right, College Board.
912.
Yes. So in the very beginning, you want to talk to it, Dr. Collins? Sure.
I can. Essentially, when we redid the contract for this year, we do it annually, with the College Board, they included the PSAT NIMSky, which is the one test out of the entire portfolio of College Board exams. That is the one that the campuses, the schools pay for. We, as a district, pay for everything else. And when we went back and spoke with the schools, fall semester was just such, everyone's tired. They wanted to push everything to the spring. And so we were fortunate enough to be able to have College Board renegotiate our contract. And so it dropped from, I think it was 144,000 down to 116. 116,000. So we were able to save that money.
What our sites were telling us basically was that we had a lot of sub shortages and things like that. So really to proctor a large test like that, the Merit Scholars gives opportunities for our 11th grade students to get scholarships when they go to college. However, we decided, let's give it all to all of our students. We do have it now where each site, it's only for those who might be interested in it. So we went ahead and reduced that because of just the timing. But that didn't mean necessarily that our 11th graders who still wanted the Merit Scholars didn't have the opportunity.
Okay, well, that was kind of the question, but the question was, it kind of implies that it's a different version of the PSAT, which is fine. If it's just an evaluation of the students, that's good. I don't care about the price and all that. I know, usually I do, but.
That's Title IV.
What's that?
Title IV.
Well, that's okay, but no, is it pretty much the same thing?
It's the same.
Yes.
It's the same. It hasn't changed.
Okay.
It's the same as it has been in previous
Okay.
years.
It's a great
Yes.
program too.
Yes.
It's fantastic, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Anybody?
Now on the mannequins.
Anybody else? All right. Adira?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.13.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
Well, one thing, I was down and gave blood down at Victor Valley on, I believe it was Monday or Tuesday, and they had the nursing students or medical students down there, and asked them if they got any new toys, and they said, well, we got some mannequins. So I'm assuming they're these mannequins.
Yes.
And they were talking about, God, they were so great, and it was to see how it does this, and it's almost like the real thing. So that stuff's money well spent.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Anything else?
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Adira?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.14.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. All right. Adira?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.15.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
Yes, I do, and this is kind of like one of my pet peeves here. Okay, the description implies that we're doing this larger scale because we get a better rate and savings and all that. Now, answer me a question, because Dr. You'd probably know. Now, I remember when I was a reading teacher and all that stuff, every site wanted to use a different. One wanted to use Jane Phil Green, one wanted to say read 180, one wanted Cat in the Hat, I don't know. But everybody wanted their own thing. So is that what's gonna happen now? Is only one site or a couple sites gonna do it, and then UP will do what they want and somebody else will do what they want?
No, actually, I'm glad you asked that question because we did speak to principals just recently just about how we have to really look at all the software and the tech tools that we have at our sites. Our poor IT department needs to be able to manage a lot of the things. So when we all are doing different things, number one, how can we measure as a whole district how successful it is? Number two, how can we even support it? So what we're trying to do is actually align it a little bit better, make sure we're a little bit more coherent, so we can offer that support. So no, our goal is to make sure that what we adopt, we try to do it district-wide. And this is one of the resources here that's gonna really
And I
support our
know
students.
it's good. I've never used it, but I've heard talks to teachers and say that they like it.
Yeah.
But I just like to see if we're gonna spend $700,000 that everybody gets on board and uses it and doesn't go off doing their own thing.
It is for every,
Okay.
it is for the whole district.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Adira?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.16.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion? All right, Adira?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.17.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
I'm glad to see that we've got some comprehensive safety plans.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate
Adira?
everyone working on it.
Adira? Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. Number 10, 10.1, expulsions.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Do we have a DERA vote on these? I think she.
No,
No.
no, she does not. Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. Information items. 11.1, conference request. 11.2, educational study. Trip.
On both of those for conference requests and the study trips, are we liable if we don't have those approved before they occur? If something were to happen, if someone were to
Yes.
get hurt?
The bottom line is when any employee engages in district business, the district does assume liability. However, of course, it's investigated if the employee's negligent or what have you, but the short answer is yes.
So should we try to get those approved before they occur?
The board does not approve those, they're only for information.
Oh,
They're approved as soon as the district administrator signs off on them.
okay, so we don't need to approve them, we're just acknowledging
You only approve
that they
it
occurred?
overnight.
Okay.
Okay, 11.3, EL.
Yes, I'd like to spend just a few minutes to go over our ELD adoption.
Okay.
So one of the things that our team did was convene a committee to really look at ELD adoption. Some of the things that we've been using we've used for many years. Again, kind of going back to what Trustee Barrios talked about, each sites were kind of doing different things. Some sites were doing a lot of the Kate Kinsella 3D. Other sites were utilizing Edge, which I believe has been around for a long time, even maybe about 10 years ago. I think I remember our district doing that. So last year, some of our teachers went and looked at iLit, which was purchased last year, and we'd like to ask the board to go ahead and for the next board meeting, we're going to bring forth the adoption. So the committee actually met, they researched all of the ELD curriculum. We followed the county toolkit for anytime you adopt anything. And we did presentations under Maura Balmaceda, who actually is our EL coordinator. She worked with our teachers, and they selected the EL ILIT curriculum. So we just wanted to bring it to your attention so that you had any questions, we can answer them.
So they can actually read about it and know about it.
Exactly,
Okay.
and then we'll bring it back in
All right.
December for approval. And
All
that's
right.
gonna provide consistency, we can do trainings on it and really serve our English learners.
Oh, that's great.
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Any questions? All right, 11.4.
Thank Christine for
Yeah.
all her hard work on that.
That was a great informative PowerPoint, by the way. Is she still here? or no?
Yes, Yes.
Oh, is she? Oh, good job.
Okay. 11.5, board meetings. Our next board meeting will be December 16th. And we reorganize at that meeting. And then the one after that is January 20th, I think. I think we only have one in January, right? Yeah, okay.
And these follow the same pattern that we've done?
And this is the same, yeah, because one of those, I'm glad we're doing this because, you know, the Thursday at the end of the month is the one that I won't be able to make it. So. Okay. Any other questions about the pattern? Okay, staff reports.
Okay.
Business.
Okay, I'll start off and I will be very brief. First of all, happy Thanksgiving to everyone that's coming up. Enjoy your time next week off with your family.
Gobble, gobble.
Welcome back, Adira Walker. Nice to see you again from Sims. Sims really, really shows up. We're also, just for the board's communication and the community, we're almost complete with the 22-23 school year start times. We're in the process of reviewing them. We will have a discussion in cabinet and then send that out to the board for discussion prior to engaging in that. In concert with school start times for next year, you know, there's been no change in the legislation. You know, we're looking at 8 o'clock for our middle school and 8:30 for our secondary. Yeah. That would be good if we can get it changed. But so we have to start preparing to operationalize that. That will mean we will be bringing to the board. We will be bringing to the board a purchase request for school buses. And then for the next school year, we'll also have to look at additional staff and transportation to meet that need. I wanted to remind everyone that the Governor's Budget Workshop in person is Wednesday, January 19th in Orange County, and online Friday, January 21st, 2022. And finally, to our entire community and staff, staff particularly know that payroll for November has been locked. And I want to remind everyone that December will also be a short month for payroll. So please make sure that all timesheets are submitted by the appropriate deadline. When it comes to the allocation or the pay, January 3rd, 2022 will be the county date for certificated staff because the first will fall on a Saturday, so it's the first business working day after that. And then for classified staff, it will be on the 29th of December for those who are on EFT only. If an individual is not on EFT, then it will be January 3rd, 2022. Just wanted to get that out there. And then I, too, like Anita Tucker talked about earlier, celebrate Indigenous Nations Month. And that's it.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, 12.2, educational services.
Well, good evening, everyone. Just in the spirit of the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, and also I know that we're all a little bit tired and probably want to get home, I'm just going to keep my comments very brief and just wish everyone a wonderful week off. And welcome, Adira.
Thank
Good to
you.
see you.
See you too.
Thank you. Human resources?
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple things I'd like to share. The first one, of course, welcome back, Adira Walker. You bring great energy to this meeting. We're super happy you are here. The next thing is want to share with the community in advance that we do have a vaccination event that's going to take place December 18th, which is a Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in our parking lot here at the district office. And that's through our partner, HealthNet, in collaboration with the California Department of Public Health in our district. In addition, on January 8th, also a Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will be the second event, we're offering not only the COVID vaccine for ages 5 and up, the booster, and the flu shot. So if any community member, staff member, anyone wants to participate, that'll be Saturday in our parking lot, December 18th and January 8th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll send out some marketing materials and work with Chris Riley on that. Our LVNs have done a fabulous job, and I want to just make sure to thank Mike Williford for inviting HR to the meeting. We had a wonderful meeting today, really clarified some important things to make our processes better, more efficient, so that our schools are safe in regards to COVID-19 and other health needs that our students have. Want to thank the board for approving this evening the school office assistant positions, which are going to be working in our health offices to support not only COVID testing, data entry for health-related issues, but also for like other students that have diabetic carb counting, other medically fragile students, a number of things that they're going to be doing in collaboration with the LVNs. It's super awesome that the board did approve that. Thank you very much for doing that. Next, I'd like to share, thank you VVTA and CSEA we did, reach tentative agreement with both units. Looking forward to the next round, once we go through the process of AB 1200, bringing it to the board, and then we're going to be sunshining and taking care of some things. Congratulations, Tanya, on another term. You're stuck working with me again, but we've done some wonderful things this year. We're fortunate to have you leading CSEA. I'd like to acknowledge, we've reached tentative agreement with VVTA. There was a challenge with a column 0, CTE. Both VVTA and the district have committed to addressing that very quickly at the next round of bargaining. The district strongly believes right now no one is being negatively impacted as a result of that. And in addition, we are committed to resolving that prior to July 1st so that absolutely no one is impacted by that. So just wanted to publicly say that, and VVTA and the district are both in agreement to address that very quickly. Next, we hear you loud and clear about all of the safety concerns. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that the board has approved quite a bit of help along with the superintendent and cabinet, such as adding additional roving subs to our schools, adding additional campus aid, security at Lakeview Hook, adding OCI teacher at Lakeview, and we're very appreciative to the board for adding another assistant principal at Lakeview, at Hook, and at Goodwill. And we're going to continue to look at ways that we can address safety, whether it's the entrance at the lobby. We'll be working collaboratively with the principal and other stakeholders. Also want to share that the district is finally rolling out Catapult EMS training this week for the safety team. It'll be rolling out to the rest of the districts surely, slowly but surely, so that when we do have incidents, everyone is quickly notified and that we have an efficient communication system for all of our stakeholders. I'd like to report there was another public comment that we did collaboratively create teacher liaison, kind of mentor-like positions for the new teachers that were described. We had our first planning meeting, and our first district event to support them is November 30th at 4 p.m. here in the district office. They're going to receive professional development from a teacher, from the district. They're going to have a networking opportunity. We're going to have a meal that we're going to share together. We're going to have some cool, maybe some games and prizes. But it's an opportunity for our newest of teachers to receive the support that they desperately need. So we're looking forward to that. The last thing I want to say is that, these have been some tough times. And everyone has really stepped up to the plate, from classified, being there in the front line, to teachers in the classroom really delivering creative instruction and meeting the needs of students. Also our managers, classified managers and our certificated managers, our assistant principals and principals have really gone above and beyond to make a difference during these challenging times and meet not only the academic needs of students, but also the social and emotional needs of students. So in an attitude of gratitude and spirit of the holidays and Thanksgiving, I'm grateful for everything that everyone does, and I'm grateful to be a part of this organization. So happy Thanksgiving to everyone. We hope you enjoy the break.
Okay, Personnel Commission.
I'd like to say to the board, thank you guys for completing the process for your appointee for the commission. Looking forward to working with Mr. Hanejos. And also just happy Thanksgiving. I'm very blessed this year to have my mother-in-law here for Thanksgiving, so it's a big deal for me. This is her first American Thanksgiving, so I'm excited about that.
She came from Italy?
She came from Italy. They're in New York right now, but she'll be here for a month, so I'm excited about that. So I'm thankful for that. So you guys have a blessed Thanksgiving. Thank you.
One question. Is she cooking?
No, I'll be cooking.
Oh, you're still cooking?
He's a good
Oh, my
cook.
God.
Yeah. And have him pick the restaurant if you're going somewhere. I
Oh,
don't know how he does
choose
it.
the restaurant. We get these donuts that are like this, and we're like, what is that? Let's see, legislation.
This week we didn't put anything together for you.
No, and there's some things coming out on the LCAP and a few other changes they're making, so, but they'll come out and they'll talk about it. Also, next year, March 15th is going to be the date that classified now will have to be notified.
Noticed.
And so all that's going to have to be, there's a lot that's going to have to be in place by next year. So That's one of the things that's coming up as well. Board members, and Adira, thank you for being here. And did you miss us?
I
You
did.
miss
I
us?
missed all you guys.
Good.
You missed us, huh?
We missed you too.
Yeah.
So what's new?
What's new? Let's see. Well, I started basketball.
Good
So
for
I
you.
yeah, I have a game tomorrow. I came
Oh.
from practice. Practice ended at 4, so I came right after practice today. And,
Wow.
Yeah.
You're playing basketball?
Yeah, basketball now. It was just volleyball, now basketball.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
awesome. Good for you.
a girl not long ago, many years ago, got a full
Oh, no, I was saying good for
scholarship
her. Good for
on
her.
baseball.
Really?
I couldn't believe it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Full scholarship.
Mm.
I could not believe that, but it was good.
Yeah.
So you're playing basketball.
Yeah, I'm playing basketball.
And so is your games usually on a Friday?
I think they're doing Fridays and Tuesdays. So I
Friday
have-
and Tuesday?
Yeah, I'm versing Apple Valley tomorrow. So, and then I have another game on Tuesday in
Oh,
Fontana.
awesome.
So,
Is that going to be here?
well, tomorrow is here, and then in Fontana we have to go to Fontana.
Oh, you
on the
have to
bus.
go to Fontana.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And did you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, I had some comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. Okay. Don't punch me in the throat for this one. This is kind of, but don't kill me, all right?
Hey,
Okay.
you came
Go
up
right
with some
ahead.
good, you came up with some good stuff the last time you were here, don't you?
Yeah,
remember?
you sure
You
did.
Go
We
inside
learned
now,
about the
right? That's because of you.
Oh, the
It's
cafeteria.
important
Yeah.
for us to know.
Oh yeah. They still haven't opened it, but I'm just kidding.
I've seen you since then.
It will be
Go right
tomorrow
ahead,
if it's
though.
not, okay?
So, one concern I have, like, I don't know if it's in your guys' power to make these decisions or not, but it's pretty, I don't want to get, this not really getting political or anything about that, but the COVID vaccine mandate, well, my dad, he's a teacher at LASD, so since he didn't want to get the vaccine, they had to send him off, so he works at this place called City of Angels now. It's like an alternative if he didn't want to get the vaccine. So he's doing that. But I'm just concerned because, my parents, they don't want me to get the vaccine and everything. And I just don't want it to affect, my future and stuff, to force it. Because in LA, you know how they're forcing everything. And I just think that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I understand, if you want to get the vaccine for your family and everything, you should. You should do what's best you think is best for your family. But, I don't think it's okay to just take away, something that's our right. If I don't get the vaccine, I can't, go to school or I can't go out to eat or something, I think that's just a little ridiculous. But that's one concern I have. And two, how we were talking about the safety for students and stuff? I was just thinking about it, safety is a big concern. And one reason I think maybe the safety is a problem is because, we really don't have any safety issues too much at Sims. So I was thinking maybe it's the different environments that the schools are in and, the communities, because some communities are worse than other communities. So I was thinking the kids, there's always a reason why the kids are acting that way, I think. So it could be they're getting treated bad at home or something, and they're just projecting off of what they've seen at home or in their communities. So maybe to help the students more, to help the students, you have to help the communities. It's because a stronger community means a stronger student. So I was just thinking about that.
That's very good. Very good.
Thank you. And, I think that's about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
See, you're talking about that safety thing too.
Mhm.
It's really
You're
good.
wise beyond your years. Thank you always.
Mr. Barrios.
Okay, real quick. Okay, first thing, welcome back, Adira, and just a couple things. Don't underestimate what you did. You made a big thing happen, okay? And I hope they opened the thing up so you could get out of that hot sun, because now it's got to be open so you can get out of the cold. All right,
Yeah, it's
so
gonna be
you're
freezing.
making a
Not cold yet.
But it's still
Have
closed.
you been
Yeah, it's
outside?
still-
Have you been
it's still
outside?
closed.
Have you seen how these poor kids dress? They come to school in short sleeves and a t-shirt, and then it's like, because it's, you know, don't worry, it's cold for them. All right, but I'd like to say you're concerned about all the COVID stuff. You're living it. You know, a lot of people have been touched by it. I've known people that have died. And we don't want to see this thing get worse, but you still got to stick by, you know, your beliefs. And don't let all the politicians, one way or the other, affect you, okay? You believe what you believe.
Like they did him.
And with, well, that's, and one last thing, then I'd love to hear your comment. And all your comments about the safety, that's very wise. I mean, Very wise. you know, like you're wise beyond your years. And if all the adults could figure out a way to solve the problem, you know, the students know what the problem is, but for some reason, you know, we can't get together and figure out a solution. And you wanted to say something?
Oh yeah. I got accepted into CBU. I forgot to say that.
Oh,
Wow.
No, good for you. Good for you.
And that's
awesome.
the one
Okay.
I wanted to
And
go
next
to.
thing,
too.
very good for you.
Wow, good for you.
Next thing, I'd like to congratulate our athletic teams that did well in their respective sports and league and that. And especially, you know, Silverado football, they reached the semifinals again for, like the second time in 3 years or 4 years. So that's quite a task.
And the Sims cross country team.
Oh, they
saw
did
that. They went to CIF
See, we don't
for
hear
the first time.
You know, sometimes they'll mention that in their Friday notes, but sometimes, you know, maybe we don't see it. And I
that's
may be
pretty
the only
cool.
one that reads the sports part
Yeah.
because I'm kind of an old coach. But that's beside the point. All right, okay, and like I mentioned, went to the blood drive of Victor. It was really good, as much good as getting blood sucked out of you is. But you know, it was real organized. Things were going, they went smooth, and they had a really good turnout. And I love to see that. And I'd like to suggest, all right, because I know we always get stuff for, you know, the garden party and this award. Just let us know about all that stuff, because we all have different interests. You know, Ms. Dew likes to go to these big awards things, and, you know, I like more like the blood drives and that kind of stuff. And I'm not sure, I know you like to go into classrooms, and you can't go anywhere because you're still working for a living, okay? You know, and see, Miss Edmondson, Josh, and Caleb, they're all teaching still, so, you know, myself and Ms. Dew are the only ones that got, well, allegedly total freedom of time.
Well,
so-
I do legislation.
Yeah, but, you know, let us
Lots
know,
of
you know,
it.
what's
Big
the worst that
time.
can happen? You know, we don't go,
Yeah.
but maybe we will go, okay? All right, next
Get
one.
money for it, so.
Okay, Dr. Rubalcaba, okay, the shot clinic, is that only gonna be Pfizer boosters?
Right now, the information I have is that it's Pfizer.
Oh,
Yes, that
okay.
is correct. But I will express to them that we are interested in securing Moderna and Johnson & Johnson,
Mhm.
because we have had several requests for that to happen.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
thought you had something on there about Johnson & Johnson, didn't you?
The shot clinic that we had at
Yeah.
the district one
It-
had the Johnson &
It was the
Oh,
Johnson
okay.
& Johnson.
Well, good.
Yeah, it was. So they only have to get one.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, tonight, we heard a lot about safety concerns. And right now, it's just, you know, isolated things and, you know, people in some situations may not be safe, you know, and different people feel differently, okay? I feel just as safe at Victor Valley High School as I did at Adelanto High School, but, you know, I was basically raised at Victor Valley High School, so, you know, it's nothing to me. But a lot of other people, they're not used to teaching that environment. But the sooner we can get a handle on all this stuff, we're not gonna end up in the radio like Pomona District. If any of you heard the radio about Pomona District.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, you know, look it up. It was, it's not a pretty thing, and I don't think we wanna be there. But anyway, that's not gonna be the last thing. The last thing is, I hope everybody has a good holiday. You know, if you like turkey, fine. If you don't like turkey, just have a good time with your family and, you know, hopefully a safe holiday, all right? And if you have too much fun, just stay where you're at. The end.
Okay. Castaneda?
Yeah, I just have a couple things. First, I want to welcome back Adira.
Thank you.
It's always great to have you. You come up, you bring ideas, and like Mr. Barrios says, you make a big difference. So welcome, and I want to congratulate you too on your acceptance.
Oh,
So
thank you.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
All right, and I want to thank our Principals Limbrick and Neuer, for preparing their excellent presentations on their school's plans for student achievement. So thank you for that. I want to congratulate Tanya on her reelection. Access to our campuses. So I was thinking, is it possible to maybe use some COVID money? Because you might be able to design some sort of barrier that would ostensibly be for, keeping people out, because they might be infected, but it would serve sort of a dual purpose of upgrading our facilities to kind of keep the access.
So COVID resources can be used for facility upgrades. However, there's a new caveat now that any type of upgrades has to be approved by the California Department of Education.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, go figure.
Okay. Oh,
So we
boy.
would have to submit a plan and so forth, and within that plan, we would have to detail how that would help mitigate COVID.
And then I would encourage us to allow our consultant with the safety dollars through the JPA to assess, because some schools have a campus security posted in the front, and you can't get in unless you clear through the campus security. So it could be that repurposing our existing resources may be the solution that exists already within what we have.
Okay. I just wanted to throw that out there. That might be a possibility that COVID, what keeps out a virus might also keep out, someone who intends harm.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Imagine,
Big germs.
Department of Ed, you would think that they would say, hey, look, maybe if we put you down to 20 students per classroom, that might help too.
All right.
There you go, okay.
But they're gonna say, oh, no.
Not in California.
But yeah, you can't remodel, anyway, sorry.
The idea of having more personnel on the sites, I think, is a good one. More adults is better, and it does sort of feel like we're understaffed. Like maybe, a custodian isn't a security officer, but just seeing another adult on campus might stop some of these shenanigans. So maybe we could try to staff up to closer to like max staffing instead of bare bones staffing. And I've been talking about this, I think, since I've been on the board. But they said, well, when the suits are on campus, the kids are better behaved. Well, we have SROs on 3 of our campuses, and I keep saying, well, if we got rid of the SROs and replaced it with our own police force, we could have more officers for the same amount of money. And it seems to me like this might be a good opportunity. If you can get, for the same amount of money, if you can get your own police force with 5 or 6 officers, well, you could station one at Lakeview. You could station one at Hook. So we might want to consider that. I keep bringing it up, and I don't think anyone likes the idea, but it makes financial sense. COVID testing. So right now we do a lot of COVID testing. I'd like to know what the financial impact to the district is of our COVID testing, because it just seems to me like you should be able to get testing free through the federal government. So how much are we spending, and what are our opportunities for reducing that?
So right now, we're testing over 300 staff members weekly and over 300, I can give you the exact numbers if you give me just a second to pull up my glasses so I can see this fine print here. But you're talking at approximately $45,000 a week for testing. I'll give you the exact numbers right now.
So that's like almost $2 million over the course of the year.
It'll be close to
Over
$2 million, yeah. So the exact numbers are, for last invoice, it was 370 staff members and 376 students, for a total of $44,640. We are exploring, however, an option for free testing. We're looking at hopefully finding something so that after the winter break, we're able to shift in that direction. Some of it depends on, what's going to happen with the governor's executive order, now that the FDA has approved the Pfizer vaccine for 5 and up. We're still waiting to see what the implications of that might be. But in the interim, we are looking at other testing options.
Okay, so there's.
These are being paid through by COVID dollars funding, right?
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
we could use those COVID dollars. One thing we might want to consider upping that, the amount of money we're paying our counselor, our mental health counselors, because we still haven't filled all 8 positions, right? And if we paid them a little bit more money, maybe we'd get a little more interest. So, I mean, I think the COVID monies, yeah, you can spend it on testing, but I think that there's better uses for it. Okay. That's all I have to say on that. And then, so I want to celebrate Indigenous Nations Month, and I hope that we're mindful of the positive role that Indigenous peoples have on our environment and in reminding us of our history. Sometimes our history isn't, it's a little sordid. We need to be mindful of that, and we might want to consider ways we can fix that. And along with that, I guess happy Thanksgiving, and I think that's all I have to say.
Okay. Ms. Edmondson?
Dr. Rubalcaba, how many mental health counselors do we have now?
We currently have 5 mental health clinicians.
So we're looking to hire 3
3
more?
more. The board gave us direction to hire 8. That is our intent. It's been flown again, and the recruitment is ongoing.
Have we considered allowing interns to apply so that we can get people on board?
I'm hearing a thumbs up.
We're actually pretty positive we're going to get 3 fully credentialed ones.
Okay.
But we do have a plan though for the Personnel Commission, if needed, to do interns with the LVNs, or not the LVNs, the mental health we do have. But we're actually pretty confident we're going to be able to get 3 fully credentialed.
And when do we think we'll have them on board?
So the recruitment is ongoing, as you guys know. The recruitment is longer than we would like. We got 5 fully. It is ongoing. Once we get the required amount of people who have the full qualifications, we will bring it to the board for the board to approve those hires. 2 of them already got processed through, got their fingerprints. The other 3 will be coming back to the next board meeting, and then hopefully they'll be starting at the first of the year. But no, this is not an easy recruitment because of the licensing aspect. If we do the aspect and we can't get the other 3 and we do the intern, remember, there has to be someone to sign off on those hours, and that's usually going to be a manager, you guys, not a regular clinician. So keep that in mind. If we have to go in that direction, that's going to be another position that we're going to have to hire. That's going to be management.
Which are the 3 sites that are slated to not yet be covered?
Actually, they're all going to be covered except for Goodwill right now. What we're going to be doing is the 3 comprehensive high schools are going to get a full-time one because of the size of the schools. And then the 4 smaller schools, so UP will be splitting with Lakeview, and Sims will be splitting with Hook.
Okay.
So they'll be doing 2.5 days each day of the week at those school sites. So everybody's covered for now except for Goodwill, but we can always pull for Goodwill as needed based on case-by-case scenario.
Okay, thank you. Are we sufficiently staffed at Sims that we can now open the cafeteria?
Are we sufficiently staffed in terms of?
Why the cafeteria is still being closed for our students to use?
I don't know. I know that we were going to follow up with the principal. I don't know why it's not being opened. I do recall that we did give that direction though, so we'll follow up.
Okay, can we get a follow-up before the next board meeting of the reason
Yes.
why it's still closed? Okay, thank you. And then if we could have on an agenda that we can have a discussion for additional help or a position in the HR department, if we could revisit that, I'd like that to be on an agenda item to discuss.
Sure.
I'd also like to discuss, I appreciate that the negotiations is going well on both CSEA and VBTA, but I'm very disheartened that we keep getting the grievance because we have to follow the CBA. And on one hand, we can't negotiate in good faith if we're not going to follow the contract we negotiated. So I'm really concerned, and I'd like to have a discussion, and if it's personnel related and it has to be in closed session, but I'd really like to have this settled that we're not violating the contract anymore.
Yeah, so we have been, so that the board is aware, we have been in communication with VVTA. We've come up with the plan on how to resolve the matter away from the grievance process and resolve it through an MOU. As an executive cabinet, we've already reached a decision to move forward with that. We'll now be working with each principal that is impacted by this decision to address the staffing. And then I'll be circling back with Anita and VVTA so that we can finalize the MOU. So this has been a work in progress. It has implications to master schedule, student schedules, and there is some disruption. VVTA is asking through that grievance that we remove the 2 teachers in ASB and the athletic director position. Actually, it's a total of 3 teachers, which causes major disruptions for both students and staff. So it's a complicated issue that didn't have a quick solution. However, we feel very confident that we have arrived at a solution.
Well, it really was a quick solution because they shouldn't have been hired against the CBA. If it specifically stated that certain teachers were qualified and certain teachers were eligible for that position. So to hire someone outside of what was specifically agreed upon was the most simple solution of all. It should never have been violated.
We don't disagree. The district's position is that we are aware that we're in violation of the contract. However, because no tenured teacher wanted to do the position, we felt it was our right to fill it with a non-tenured position based on instructional and operational need. Imagine students without their ASB director or an athletic director. And the expectation that at management or principals take on that responsibility, in our opinion, is unreasonable.
I think, though, it's unreasonable to violate the contract, and if the parameters are such that no one is willing to take on that position, then we need to look at the funding or the amount of time given. And so again, I'm going to ask that perhaps in closed session we look at this, because I know that we had a disagreement about whether it's appropriate to violate the agreement, and I think we can't in good faith.
No,
So I'd like to discuss that further about adhering to our contract.
I feel confident that prior to the next board meeting, this matter will be resolved. And if not, we'd be happy to provide an update in closed session to the board.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to publicly thank Dr. Williams for your help with the clubs, especially at Sims, but I'm going to share with Adira. Dr. Williams works with the Rotary of the High Desert, and many of the students, including one of your teachers, wrote a grant, Mr. Nichols, for your site, and many of the teachers across the whole High Desert wrote grants so that they can fund projects within their classroom. So students across the whole desert, Dr. Williams, have benefited very much from your generosity. Thank you. And to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, safe travels if you're going anywhere. Association leaders, I bet I'll be seeing you soon. And I hope everyone enjoys their time with their family, a much needed break. Thank you very much.
Okay, Garcia?
Perfect. All right. I did tour Lakeview and Victor High last Friday. It should have been probably a day off for everybody because I think students and staff decided to take the day off because it was the day after Veterans Day. So we did once again we did see Lakeview and some of the challenges that we feel that are plaguing their school. And loud and clear, yes, we need a little bit of help there, but Dr. Yee was also on campus, and Dr. R. I thought I was going to have to jump in a class and help sub for a spell, but you know it was definitely a team effort. But we definitely could see some opportunities there as far as safety and some of the concerns, and I know that some of those have been addressed. And then so also I know the SROs, I know Caleb was talking about that. Is there any way that we could share SRO if we have to get an additional SRO to maybe go between a couple campuses and be like a roving SRO? So if there are challenges, because we know that later in the afternoon is usually when students get squirrely, maybe we could send them along the way over to Lakeview to help assist. Just being present sometimes helps out a little bit. It's just something that maybe we can look into, if at all possible. But the tours were great. Victor, it was nice to tour Victor High again and see some of the really cool things that are going on over there. The Performing Arts Center, I finally saw it at its full functioning capacity, which I think is fantastic. And it was a really nice tour with Nancy and just seeing some of the amazing things. And that mural, I'd never seen that before, and I thought that was gorgeous. Oh my goodness, it was just gorgeous. I think that was the highlight of my day, was seeing something like that. Let's see, I had a couple.
The etched glass or which mural?
No, there's a mural on one of the, right there, the library, right? Is that where it's at? It's right there where the library, the big broad wall that I think back in my day was just the gum wall. You just used to throw gum on.
That's about right.
But I mean, it was one of those walls that you just didn't know what to do with, and it was just a perfect one to get dirty, right? But now that thing is pristine. It's gorgeous. I mean, there's not a scuff on that wall, and I think it speaks volumes is the pride that the students take in a mural like that. But I thought it was fantastic. And then the safety committee. I know we had talked about that. Have we had any more progress with the safety committee?
So we're going to go ahead and work through the safety committee. I think our next meeting is in December.
Yes, so unfortunately, I had to step away that meeting, but would like to share that the safety committee that we currently have involves all stakeholders, right? We even have board members that are invited, students that are invited, parents and labor representatives. That doesn't just cover the pandemic, it also addresses other issues. So we're happy to incorporate what the needs are that are being expressed. We also have not forgotten that Board Member Castaneda and others gave direction to explore all options related to a police department, expanding what we currently have, and looking at all possibilities. So through that committee, we do intend to do that. We want to just lay some foundation into building our own capacity, creating some systems, but we will address your concerns.
Perfect. I mean, if there's any grants out there available, I mean, I agree with Caleb. If we can have our own in-house police department that puts more feet on the street, I'm all for that. So, I mean, the options, whatever options you have for us, that'd be
We'll be
great.
bringing that information back to the board in regards to the possibility of a police department.
Perfect. Thank you. Congrats to Ms. Tanya. It's a pleasure to have you and to continue working with you. You're a great leader. And the one thing I was going to go kind of circle back to is when just talking about absenteeism. I know that that's one of the things that we had talked about a little bit is that if we had everybody here on staff on one given day, we'd probably function at the highest level. But absenteeism, I think, is one of our challenges too. And, how do we address that? What does that look like as far as, constantly missing whoever it may be? It could be classified, it could be certificated, and that just causes a lot of issues, so.
Just so that the board is aware and the community is aware, the day after Veterans, we had 113 teachers out and approximately close to 80 classified employees out. That's more than 20% of our staff. And we're hoping that tomorrow, although we know we're entering a nice, break coming up for many people, we appreciate those who are committed to coming in tomorrow, because when an employee is out, their colleagues are the ones who pick up the slack.
Right.
So it's just really important to be mindful. If you're ill, please stay home. But if you're able to make it to work, we really appreciate that.
Didn't we also have some administrators out?
We had a few administrators out, yeah. And
You
this applies to all employees.
You guys were having to be administrators at some of the
We were at
sites.
school sites.
And don't leave administrators out of here. We're all in this boat together.
It holds true across the board, and it just goes back to that accountability piece. We're responsible for ourselves and each other.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to mention was that. And then the fact that with Veterans Day, maybe we should have taken off for that next day. A lot of districts do. So that was one of the things I was going to mention, but go on.
It was, it's just a miss, I think. And, if we were to look back and try and turn back time, I think that's an easy way.
Yeah, I think we're going to look at that differently now.
Let's take Friday off as well. Perfect. And Miss Adira, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. I remember seeing you over at Sims in between the board meetings.
Yeah.
And your input and value is very, very much valued. And, I am a pro-choice as well, just like yourself. So, continue that conversation as well if you need to. But thank you so much for being a brave young lady, and congratulations on your acceptance too as well.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Happy Turkey Day, everybody. I hope you all don't come back in food comas. I know we're all getting around there. Hit the gym, take a walk just in case. That COVID weight will get back on very, very quickly.
Never left.
For some of us, yeah, never did. You bet. And that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Okay. One of the things I want to do is welcome you back.
Thank you.
For the, since we've seen you. And congratulations, I'm very proud of that.
Thank you.
You know, what you've done. And hope that basketball is really great.
Yeah.
I love basketball, by the way. That's one of my favorites. And the other thing is that we've got to checkmate our safety here and see what's happening, how we can really streamline that, particularly out there at that school that they were talking about. But it's safety everywhere. It isn't just safety in one place. It's safety everywhere. And I don't like it when adults feel like they can't walk through on their campus, you know. So we really got to tune in and find out how we can do that, what we can do. And the other thing I was going to mention is that we had 200 people out the day after the 11th, which was Veterans Day. And I think we need to look at that day, if it is before a Friday, that we should definitely start taking that day. A lot of districts took that day off because they knew that their teachers and other people wouldn't be back. There's a lot of people that have veterans and they leave town or they go places, so that might be something we look at as well, you know, as well. Congratulations, Tanya. You're back again, huh? One more time to go around, huh? And this is a great month, which is Native American month. I'm part Native American myself. I think everybody in here has something, some portion of their Native American. I have Creek. Whatever my grandfather looked like he was definitely there. And the other thing I want to say is happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Please be with your family and get some rest and enjoy your family, because there's so many people that are actually passing away from different things, whether it's COVID or not COVID. So be mindful of the people around you and be thankful for what you have, because there's a lot of people out there struggling, babe. Many people are struggling. Many. Not one. Many. And they don't even get to the point where you are today. They are so far removed from everything that's going on. So be thankful for what you have and be grateful as well. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I hope you have a very enjoyable time. Thank you. And let's see, what's next? Superintendent, there you are.
Okay, I had to start
And
off.
thank you for doing what you did for the ping
Oh,
pong.
no problem.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, I just
Were
wanted
you
to.
playing?
Am I?
Did you play?
I haven't played yet. No.
Oh, you haven't played yet.
No, I just
You're
wanted
so
to.
tall, they probably say, oh, my God.
Well, I just want to thank everyone for having. We had a potluck today.
Oh,
and
you
so
didn't
at the
invite us.
I'm not sure exactly. I know Richard was working on that. And
Did you have turkey?
yes, we did. We had
You had
turkey. We
turkey?
had dessert. Everything. I mean, it
And
was.
you didn't invite us.
And macaroni.
And macaroni. Oh, my God. You had some too?
Took the day off for that.
She had macaroni and turkey today.
And I also wanted to thank everyone for the Veterans Day last week. It was very important that we recognize our veterans. I had the opportunity to visit a number of sites in the last week or so. And we had supper with the superintendent Tuesday night, and we were very, very pleased over at Lakeview. And last Friday they had, what was it? What did they have last Friday? Fall Festival. Okay, and
I
so.
drove by there. There's another crowded with people. Oh, my God.
And that's all.
And that's all.
Mrs. Dew, I just want to let you know that Valerie Valdez.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Father passed away. And
our student,
she was our student
Reverend
representative.
Silverado.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Make sure you get something over to her.
Heather,
Oh my
can you
God.
let us know if the family needs anything?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, and I wanna comment that it was a middle of the night, I'm trying to remember if it was early morning Saturday or early morning
Oh,
Sunday.
that's
but
so sad.
She was back at school
Oh.
30 hours later on Monday morning.
Wow.
If there's a
So it's
GoFundMe or
heartbreaking.
something,
Thank you.
Heather, if there's a GoFundMe or anything set up, let us know, please.
There is, and I will, how about I email you the link?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Well, the other day I had to, I didn't go to the conference because my uncle, the last of my mom's sibling, which was 13 of them, by the way, was very ill, so we thought he was gonna pass away, but do you know he's still living? He's still around. We're like, oh, we're glad that he is, but.
There's still fighters around.
Yeah, he's one of those that fights, you know, but there was 13 of them in my family on my mom's side. And he's the very last one, very last one. Okay, all right. Nothing for closed session, regular session, and adjourn.
So moved.
Second. And, Barrios? Adira?
Aye.
Barrios? Castaneda? Edmondson?
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Dr. Hawkins, could Caleb and I bend your ear a little bit?
Pretty close.